What if the gods disguised themselves as mortals, feeding off the chaos of human ambition? In the cracked shadows of the Egyptian Empire, whispers echoed through the sand-laden air. Blood had been spilled, but not for mere conquest. A darker hunger lurked beneath the golden surface, one that thrived on the desperation of kings and the fury of exiled warriors. The Nubians, once noble, now desperate, prepared for war, but their motives twisted like the serpents that slithered through the Nile's depths. What if the pharaoh's most loyal general had betrayed him for a chance at immortality? The stench of treachery mingled with sweat, the clanging of swords harmonizing with the frantic heartbeats of those who dared to defy fate. This wasn't just a fight for land, it was a race to claim the last remnants of a forgotten prophecy, the kind that could turn a mere soldier into a god. Blood-stained scrolls whispered of power, yet every word dripped with danger, like venom oozing from fangs ready to strike. But here's the kicker, what if the enemy wasn't from the outside? The Nubians rallied, but their greatest threat lurked within the walls of Thebes, where a cabal of priests conspired over ritualistic feasts, plotting to unleash an ancient curse upon the unsuspecting. They weren't just priests, they were puppet masters, dragging the strings of fate with a wicked grin, laughing as kingdoms crumbled. Did you hear the laughter? It echoed through the temples, ricocheted off the gilded pillars, taunting those who sought glory. The priests fed on the desperation, their eyes glimmering with unholy delight as they orchestrated battles like some twisted game of chess, pieces falling one by one. Would you sacrifice your soul for power? Would you heed the siren call of a crown that promised immortality but demanded blood in return? Every warrior in the field knew one truth: the sands of time slip through fingers too easily. Honor? A flickering candle in a storm. The Nubians, driven by a thirst for vengeance, faced not only the might of Egypt but their own inner demons. Each clash of steel echoed with the weight of betrayal, each fallen soldier a reminder of the price of ambition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, an army of shadows surged forward, led by a figure cloaked in mystery. Was he a prophet? A fool? Or the very embodiment of the chaos he sought to unleash? With each heartbeat, tension coiled tighter, a noose around the neck of destiny itself. And in that frenetic maelstrom of ambition, betrayal, and dark comedy, a tale woven of blood and laughter, who will rise, and who will be buried in the shifting sands of time? The answers, my friend, lie hidden in the ashes of war. Would you dare sift through the remnants of a world on the brink, where the line between myth and reality blurs like a mirage in the scorching sun? The sun hung low over the golden sands, casting long shadows that twisted like fingers reaching for lost lives. I stood there, heart racing, as a storm brewed on the horizon, a tempest of dust and despair. The wind howled, carrying whispers of ancient sorrows that echoed across the Nubian landscape, brushing against my skin like the touch of a long-forgotten lover. I could feel the earth trembling beneath me, a pulse of history, a reminder that this land had borne witness to both the triumphs and tragedies of humanity. In the distance, the Nile slithered through the arid desert like a lifeline, shimmering under the sun's relentless gaze. It was a lifeline that had birthed civilizations, yet here I was caught in the web of its currents, unsure whether I would emerge whole or lost forever. The water glistened seductively, but beneath its surface lurked shadows, ghosts of those who had drowned their dreams in its depths, victims of both fate and folly. I remember a boy named Jari, his laughter ringing like bell chimes through the marketplace, vibrant and alive. He was the heart of his community, brimming with dreams that reached beyond the horizon. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. When the raiders descended like vultures, their eyes hungry for gold, Jari stood frozen, brave but naive, a deer caught in the headlights of destiny. I remember the moment the chaos erupted, the shouts, the screams, the clashing of metal. I remember Jari's wide eyes reflecting the flames as they danced toward consciousness, consuming everything he had known. It was the kind of memory that seared itself into your soul, a reminder that joy is fragile, a spark swallowed by darkness in the blink of an eye. And then there was Amora, a woman forged in the fires of conflict. Her spirit was as fierce as the sun scorching the desert, but there were cracks beneath her surface, an ache that whispered secrets of loss. She had stood before her father's grave, the earth freshly turned, the scent of damp soil mingling with her tears. She had hoped to shield her younger brother from the brutality of their world, but with each passing day, the weight of the unspoken grew heavier. "We cannot escape it," she would say to him, voice trembling like the fragile threads of fate, "but we can face it together." Every night, as the stars twinkled overhead like distant promises, Amora would cradle a clay figurine, a charred remnant of her childhood. She had carved it herself, embers of love and loss intertwined in its very structure. I could see her fingers trembling as she traced its edges, lost in the memories of laughter, of simpler times. But in the shadows of their tiny home, doubt stalked her like a predator, gnawing at her resolve. Would her brother be safe? The question loomed like a spectre, whispering fears that clawed at her heart. The nights in Nubia were filled with the sounds of life, the rustling of palms, the distant call of the wild. But in that cacophony, I felt a haunting silence echoing in my bones. There was a tension in the air, a crackling anticipation that made my heart race. The cosmos were shifting, and with them, the fates of every soul tethered to this land. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, their voices weaving through time, urging the living to remember. I remember the day Amora gathered her community. Her voice rose above the din, raw and unyielding, like the Nile that carved its way through the rock. "We will not be silenced. We will not fade into the desert sands." The fire in her eyes ignited something deep within. It was a call to arms, but it was more than that, it was a declaration of existence. The men and women gathered, faces painted with determination, reflecting the fierce spirit of Nubia itself, a land steeped in rich culture, where the echoes of pharaohs still whispered secrets of power and resilience. Through the chaos, I witnessed the beauty of their unity. A dance of survival unfolded, bodies moving in time with the heartbeat of the earth. The rhythm surged through the air, pounding like the drums of war, electrifying, intoxicating. Each step echoed a promise, a refusal to surrender to despair. I felt tears sting my eyes as I realized the power of community, their shared laughter, their collective sorrow, the way they held each other in the darkest moments. But even amid the celebration, the shadows loomed. Jari's absence was a wound that festered, a silence that hung heavy. The laughter that had once filled the air now felt like a haunting melody, beautiful, yet tinged with the sorrow of loss. I could see Amora's heart breaking in real time, a delicate flower crushed beneath the weight of grief. I remember the night the ghosts returned. It was as if the very fabric of the earth had come alive with the cries of those who had fallen. The air thickened, and the stars dimmed as if they, too, mourned the loss. I could feel the chill creeping down my spine, the hair on my arm standing at attention. I looked into Amora's eyes, and in that moment, I saw the reflection of every fear she had ever faced, every moment she had fought against the tide. And then, in the stillness, a spark ignited. A child's laughter pierced the darkness, a sound so innocent that it shattered the tension, scattering the shadows like dust. We turned, and there he was, a boy, bright-eyed and unafraid, spinning with joy. In his innocence, he carried the weight of hope, the promise that life would continue, that love could conquer even the deepest scars. As I stood there, breathless and overwhelmed, I realized that the geography of Nubia was not merely defined by its rivers or its sands, but by the lives entwined within it, the love and loss, the joy and sorrow, the dreams woven into the very fabric of the land. It was a tapestry of emotions, each thread vibrant and alive, pulling me deeper into its embrace. In this land of contrasts, the shadows danced with the light. I felt the pulse of ancient Nubia beneath my feet, a reminder that history is never truly lost, it lives on in the hearts of those who remember. And as the night wore on, I understood that this story was far from over. It was merely a prelude to the emotional storm that awaited, a crescendo building, waiting to explode into the universe like the stars that watched over us. I could feel the tension rising, the air thick with unspoken words, with promises yet unfulfilled. It was a moment suspended in time, an electric charge that brought us closer to the brink. The land, the people, the ghosts of the past, all intertwined, waiting for their moment to collide, to ignite, to become something greater than the sum of their parts. It was a pulse, a heartbeat, a whisper that echoed through the ages, a story that felt both urgent and timeless, a tapestry woven with love, loss, and an indomitable spirit that could never be extinguished. The sun hung low, a fiery orb bleeding over the horizon, casting shadows that danced like phantoms across the bustling market of Napatan. Distant shouts echoed, a blend of urgency and desperation. I could feel the tension thickening the air, as tangible as the spices wafting from the stalls. The scent of cinnamon mingled with the acrid smoke of fires, a reminder of what was at stake. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs, a relentless drumbeat warning me of the storm to come. "Not now, not here," Kia muttered, her eyes darting, scanning the crowd. She was a tapestry of strength and vulnerability, a woman woven from the threads of her people's history, proud yet always teetering on the brink of despair. Her dark hair framed her face like a crown, but the weight of her lineage pressed on her shoulders. "If they catch us, they won't," I breathed, trying to steady her as much as myself. My own fear twisted in my stomach like a serpent. I was a shy, a trader, a mediator between two worlds, Egypt and Nubia, yet in this moment, I felt like a pawn in a game I could barely grasp. "We just need to secure the gold." Gold. It shimmered in the distance, a promise as bitter as it was sweet. On this day, it represented hope, but it also glimmered with the shadows of betrayal. I could see the Nubian merchants gathered, their voices rising, a crescendo of anger and apprehension. Their keen eyes, dark as the Nile at midnight, were filled with distrust, a mirror reflecting my own uncertainty. "Look," Kia urged, her hand clasping mine, grounding me. "They are restless. Rumors fly like arrows between us. We're on the brink." Her voice trembled. Was it fear or resolve? I couldn't tell. The truth was, we were both teetering, caught in a web of diplomatic turmoil that threatened to ensnare us all. I glanced at the traders, their camels laden with goods, a wealth of ebony, ivory, and intricate pottery, treasures that told stories of both empires. There was Malik, a towering figure cloaked in layers of linen, his face a mask of solemnity. I admired him, feared him, for he was both a bridge and a barrier. He upheld the pride of Nubia, and yet, we needed him today, more than ever. "Malik!" I called, my voice barely reaching him over the din. His dark gaze turned toward mine, penetrating, assessing. In that instant, time slowed. The world around us faded, the market hushed, and all that mattered was the unspoken tension between us, the weight of unfulfilled promises, unshared dreams. "What do you want, Ashai?" His voice was a low rumble, a volcanic threat lying dormant. I could see Kia's body tense beside me, her breath hitching like a distant storm. "We can still make this work," I began, desperation lacing my words. "We have the goods, your people could thrive." Just my throat tightened. "Trust me." Just for a moment. He studied me, the air crackling with the electricity of unvoiced fears. "Trust is a fragile thing, friend." His words hung between us, a heavy shroud. "You sell your wares, but what do you trade? What do you give in return?" Kia broke into the silence, her voice fierce, yet tinged with a hint of vulnerability. "We're not here to take. We are here to build. Building takes time." Malik cut her off, his tone sharp like a dagger. "And we are running out of it." I could sense the tide turning, the whispers of discontent rising like the Nile after a storm, flooding, overwhelming. I felt Kia's grip tighten on my hand, her pulse quickening. The market was alive with the frenzied energy of people suddenly aware of the stakes. The murmurs intensified, we had become a focal point of tension, and I felt like a moth drawn toward a flame, my instinct screaming to flee. "Please," I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can find common ground. The gold can open doors, bring peace." But peace was a luxury we could scarcely afford. The clamor of voices blurred into a chaotic symphony, the air thick with fear and ambition. Shadows danced between us, quickening, twisting the very fabric of our negotiations into something darker. I remember, Malik's voice cracked suddenly, laden with a sorrow that sliced through the tension. I remember a time when we traded laughter and stories instead of daggers and distrust. When did we become this? The question hung bitterly, a haunting echo that resonated in our hearts. The past loomed over us like a specter, a ghost of what once was, a reminder of kinship now eroded by greed, betrayal, and the inexorable pull of power. Kia's gaze flickered between us, a storm brewing in her eyes. My thoughts spiraled, torn between my duty as a trader and my desire for unity. We can change this, I insisted, my voice rising above the turmoil. Together. Please, for the future. But Malik's eyes narrowed, the resolve hardening in his expression. You think it's that simple? What of the blood that stains our hands? What of the betrayals past? We cannot erase history with gold or promises. A silence fell, heavy and suffocating. The cries of the market faded into a haunting whisper, replaced by the echoes of our shared past, ancient grievances that ran deeper than the Nile itself. Was this the moment it all unraveled? Would our hopes drown in the darkness of old grievances? Kia stepped closer, determination igniting within her. Then let us forge a new path, she urged, her voice trembling yet fierce. Let us redefine what it means to be united. I watched Malik's face shift, the hard lines of his resolve softening slightly, just for a moment, as if her words cracked the armor around his heart. But the shadows loomed larger, whispers circling like vultures above, eager to snatch away our fragile hopes. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a final blaze of crimson across the sky, I felt time grinding to a halt. This was it. The pivot point. Would we choose unity, or would we let the past consume us? The chilling silence stretched, an abyss of uncertainty, and I could only hope that we were not too late to reclaim the promise of shared dreams. The tension hung in the air, thick and palpable, a storm brewing on the horizon of our destinies, as the shadows continued to swirl around us, waiting to see which way the winds would blow. The moon hung heavy, a pallid sentinel over the restless waters of the Nile, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the ancient banks. I stood there, heart hammering, as the world felt like it was trembling, teetering on the precipice of change. The air was thick with tension, a silent scream that echoed in the stillness, a storm brewing beneath the surface, ready to unleash chaos. Somewhere in the darkness, a distant shout pierced the night, raw and desperate, a plea for salvation that sent shivers racing down my spine. I remember the cool touch of the water as I waded deeper, the sensation grounding me, yet the weight of uncertainty dragged at my feet like chains. Layla stood not too far off, her fierce gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun would rise, painting the sky in hues of blood and gold. She was a warrior, with fire in her spirit and her heart burdened by the scars of betrayal. Once, we laughed together by the riverbank, our dreams shimmering like the stars above, but now, I could see the shadows creeping into her soul. Do you hear that? She whispered, her voice barely a breath, trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. I nodded, though my ears were filled with the thunder of my own thoughts, a cacophony of fears I could not silence. The whispers of the past clawed at me, memories of a fractured kingdom and family torn asunder. The spectre of my brother, Asim, loomed large, a spectre of doubt that haunted my every move, his laughter now a ghostly echo in my mind. Do you think we'll ever find peace? Layla's question was a knife, slicing through the fragile veil of hope. I wanted to lie, to tell her that the unification we sought would come easy, that the gods would smile upon us and mend the rifts. But the truth was a bitter pill lodged in my throat. The kingdoms of Upper and Lower Egypt were like oil and water, and we were two desperate souls caught in the churn, yearning for a calm that felt forever out of reach. I could see the flickering torches in the distance, villagers gathering, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. They'd heard the rumors, the restless whispers of discontent brewing like a tempest. I remembered the faces of my people, weary yet proud. They were tired of the bloodshed, tired of the games played by the gods and the men who claimed to speak for them. Yet, would they stand with us against the tide of history? Would they risk everything for a dream that felt more like a mirage? Asim's face flashed before me, his smirk curling like smoke. He had always been the favored one, the golden child, shimmering in the light while I languished in his shadow. Now, it was as if the very cosmos conspired against me, plotting my downfall. The memories of our childhood, our innocent laughter growing distant like echoes in a cavern, clawed at my heart. You'll never be enough, he'd said, his words laced with the venom of 1,000 betrayals. With every breath, the weight of expectation bore down on me. I was not just a son of Egypt, I was the embodiment of its fractured heart. I remember the old stories, the myths of gods who fought and bled for the sake of unity. The sun god Ra, the cunning goddess Isis, their struggles echoing through the ages. Yet here I stood, a mere mortal, striving to unite what seemed irreparably broken. Layla's hand found mine, grounding me. "Whatever happens, we face this together," she said, her voice a mere whisper, but it resonated like a battle cry. There was a courage in her, a determination that set fire to my resolve. I could feel the pull of destiny, a force that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Yet, what if this pull was merely a noose tightening around our necks? The night deepened, and the sky unfurled like a dark tapestry, the stars flickering like candle flames fighting against the wind. I could feel the heartbeat of Egypt, the thrum of a nation on the brink, the collective pulse of a people yearning for unity yet shackled by their fears. In that moment, I understood the weight of what was at stake. It wasn't just a kingdom, it was families, lives intertwined like the reeds along the Nile, fragile yet resilient. But the shadows danced around us, whispering sinister truths. The chariots of war rattled in the distance, the cries of warriors igniting the air with a bitter sweetness. I glanced at Layla, and in her eyes, I saw the reflection of my fears, 1,000 what-ifs swirling like dust in the wind. What if we failed? What if we ignited a conflict that would leave nothing but ashes in our wake? The villagers began to chant, their voices rising in a haunting melody, a prayer laced with desperation. It was a song of hope but also a dirge, a reminder of all we stood to lose. I felt the cold grip of reality, the knowledge that our dreams could easily be eclipsed by the chaos lurking at the edges. As I stared into the faces of my people, I felt a deep yearning to bridge the gulf of despair, to wield the sword of unity, to dare to dream in the face of darkness. It was then I realized, in this moment, we were all connected, strings of fate woven tightly, yet on the verge of unraveling. With every heartbeat, the world around us held its breath. We were poised on the edge, the cusp of a storm that promised to either tear us apart or bind us together in the crucible of conflict. And as the cries of war echoed in the night, the clock ticked loudly, reminding us that time was slipping away. I remember the weight of those moments, the uncertainty that encased us like a shroud. The cosmos bore witness to our struggle, to our desire for something greater than ourselves. And in the midst of it all, as we stood on the threshold of destiny, I dared to hope that perhaps we could turn the tide of history. But that hope was a double-edged sword, sharp and glistening, capable of cutting through the darkness, or plunging us into an abyss from which we could never return. The churning waters of the Nile reflected the turmoil within me, the shadows growing long, whispering secrets that could shatter everything we knew. And there we stood, a fragile alliance forged in the fire of uncertainty, hearts entwined, ready to face whatever lay ahead. My voice trembled as I turned to Layla. "No matter what happens, I will fight for you, for us." The world held its breath, teetering on the brink of something monumental, as the winds of fate began to stir, and the shadows deepened, promising a confrontation that would echo through eternity. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and an unshakable sense of dread. I stood amidst the gathering storm, the clouds brooding above the ancient fields of Nubia, as if the heavens themselves were aware of the impending chaos. A distant rumble of thunder echoed like the hearts of men racing against the tide of fate. This moment was a crucible, a clash of dreams and nightmares woven together in the tapestry of history. Pharaoh Sneferu's face loomed before me, a mask of rigidity carved from stone, yet his eyes flickered with uncertainty, the unrelenting weight of kingship pressing down like a mountain. I remember his voice, commanding yet tinged with worry, each word a stone thrown into the turbulent waters of his thoughts. "Prepare the men," he ordered, the tremor in his tone betraying the bravado of a ruler. "We march to Nubia." He turned sharply, his body language a turbulent sea of confidence and trepidation. How many times had he drawn his sword, ready to spill blood for glory? But now, the thought of it gnawed at him like a relentless hunger, an insatiable void threatening to swallow him whole. And then there was Kerma, his loyal general, a man with eyes like the Nile, deep, unfathomable, filled with secrets. I could see him standing there, fists clenched, wrestling with his own demons. The shadows danced around him, whispering truths that only he could hear. "My Pharaoh," he implored, the weight of his loyalty scraping the surface of desperation. "This isn't just a battle for land. This is a war for our very souls." The words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the stakes at play. Kerma's heart was a battlefield of its own, He cared for Sneferu, yet he feared for him, torn between loyalty and the stark reality of what awaited them in the Nubian depths. I remember the faces of the soldiers, their expressions etched with a mixture of bravado and dread. Young men, too eager to prove their worth, yet haunted by visions of blood-soaked soil and the cries of their comrades. I could almost hear their whispered prayers, words tumbling from lips that quivered in the suffocating shadow of death. They, too, were aware that this campaign was not merely a clash of swords, it was an unraveling of dreams, a dance with ghosts. The sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. The silence was palpable, an eerie pause before the storm. I felt it wrap around me like a shroud, each heartbeat a reminder of the inevitable clash. What is glory? I thought, as the weight of history bore down on me. To fight for a kingdom? To spill blood in the name of honor? Or was it simply to be remembered, etched into the annals of time like carved hieroglyphs, fragile yet everlasting? And as the first arrows struck the ground, piercing the silence like a knife, I was thrust into the chaos. The battlefield erupted, a whirlwind of dust and screams, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. I could see Sneferu, his regal form faltering as he faced the onslaught. Time felt as if it had warped, moments stretching and collapsing into one another, the heartbeat of the universe echoing in my ears as soldiers fell around me. Each thud against the earth resonated like the tolling of a bell, life extinguished, futures snuffed out like flickering candles. Kerma fought valiantly, his blade a silver flash in a sea of chaos, yet his mind was a storm. What will become of us? He questioned in the throes of battle, as if the gods themselves were listening. The weight of each decision felt monumental, a choice between loyalty to the pharaoh and the precarious balance of morality. Would glory be worth the sacrifice of his own heart, his own humanity? Every swing of his sword was a plea for answers, a desperate cry into the void. Amidst the cacophony, I caught glimpses of the Nubian warriors, fierce and proud, defending their home with a raw intensity that sent shivers down my spine. They were not mere savages, they were guardians of their land, their spirits entwined with the very earth beneath their feet. I could feel their anger, their sorrow, an ancient rage that surged like a tidal wave. They fought not just for territory, but for their families, their way of life. Their voices called out, fierce and haunting, like a chorus of ghosts rising to meet the clash of steel. I remember the instant a spear found its home in the heart of a young soldier, a boy no older than my own son. The shock that rippled through me was visceral, a jolt of anguish that pierced the very fabric of my being. He dropped to the ground, lifeblood pooling like ink on parchment, forever marking the brutal story of this day. My heart screamed. I was not merely a spectator, I was trapped in this grotesque tableau, an unwilling participant in its tragedy. I did not sign up for this, I thought, a bitter taste in my mouth. I had romanticized war, clothed it in notions of glory and honor, yet here it lay stripped bare, a grotesque dance of death, a reflection of humanity's darkest shadows. The realization crashed over me like a wave. We were all lost souls adrift in a sea of chaos. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battle raged on, a relentless tide swallowing everything in its wake. Sneferu's voice rang out, a desperate call to rally, but the weight of his crown felt heavier with each passing moment, an anchor dragging him deeper into despair. The echoes of the fallen filled the air, a haunting melody that would never fade. In that darkness, as hope flickered like a dying ember, I understood, the true battle was not against flesh and blood, but against the very essence of fear, the struggle for meaning in a world that often felt devoid of it. And yet, despite the despair, there was a glimmer, a spark of defiance in Kerma's eyes as he faced the tide of warriors. His heart pounded in rhythm with the chaos, a testament to courage amidst uncertainty. For honor, he shouted, though the words felt like a fragile shield against the onslaught of doubt. The thunder rumbled again, a portent of what was yet to come, as the shadows of the night closed in like a cloak. This was no mere battle, it was the first recorded chapter in a saga that would echo through eternity, a tale woven into the very fabric of time, both gruesome and beautiful. And there, in the heart of it all, we stood, torn between loyalty and love, fear and courage, the ghosts of our choices whispering through the ages, leaving us to navigate the aftermath of this nightmarish dawn. The sun hung low in the horizon, a molten orb of crimson that cast long shadows across the golden sands of Nubia. I could feel the heat radiating from the ground, the earth trembling beneath my feet, as if it were alive, whispering secrets of a forgotten time. I remember the air thick with tension, the smell of sweat mingling with the sharp tang of fear that clung to my skin like a second layer. The marketplace was alive with chaos, a cacophony of shouts and desperate cries. Merchants jostled for attention, their eyes wild, hands clutching at wares that could mean life or death. I remember standing in that throng, the walls of the city looming around me like specters, their ancient stones imbibed with the stories of those who had come before. In the midst of this turmoil stood Nefertari, fierce and unyielding, her voice rising above the clamor like a battle cry. She was a woman forged in the fires of struggle, her spirit a tempest. With hair like dark waves, a crown of brass glinting in the dying light, she embodied the heart of Nubia itself. I could see the tension in her jaw, the flicker of anxiety in her eyes as she surveyed the chaos. She was a trader of precious metals, and today, she was fighting not just for her livelihood, but for the very soul of her people. "I won't let them take what's ours," she shouted, her voice cutting through the noise. Her fists clenched around a handful of gold, glistening like the sun, wealth that could elevate or obliterate. I felt the weight of her determination. It was a living thing, coiling around my heart, squeezing tightly. And in that moment, I was her ally, her witness to the struggle against the encroaching shadows of the Old Kingdom. The clock was ticking. I could almost hear the heartbeat of history echoing in the silence between shouts. I remember the way the distant river glimmered, an unyielding lifeline that snaked through the land, nurturing it, yet holding the threat of flood. Nubia was a bridge between worlds, a vital artery in the economy of Egypt, trading gold, ivory, and exotic goods. The Old Kingdom craved what Nubia possessed, and in that craving lay both promise and peril. Then there was Kamudi, a boy of barely 17, his wide eyes full of dreams and a heart heavy with fear. He had grown up watching his mother barter goods, her laughter filling the air like a bell, sweet and resonant, but now, that laughter felt like a ghost. As the soldiers of the Old Kingdom approached, Kamudi's skin prickled with dread. He could see the greed in their eyes, the hunger for what they could take rather than earn. I remember how he stood, trembling, on the precipice of manhood, caught between the urgency of survival and the innocence of youth. "What will they do if we resist?" he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. I felt his vulnerability pierce through the chaos, raw and open like a wound. The question hung there, heavy and suffocating. Each breath I took was laced with the knowledge that he was right. The soldiers would crush them, for power was a cruel master, and the price of defiance was often blood. But Nefertari would not yield. I remember her gaze drilling into Kamudi, a wildfire of resilience. Courage is born in the darkest of nights. Stand with us, or they will take everything. I felt the electric charge of her determination spark in the air between them, igniting something deep within the boy, a flicker of hope, a sense of purpose. As if the very sands of Nubia whispered to him, urging him to rise, to fight for the land that had birthed him, that had run through his veins as surely as blood. The soldiers marched with grim purpose, their shadows stretching like a dark omen across the marketplace. I could hear the clanking of their armor, a morbid symphony that punctuated the tension. The merchants shuffled nervously, glancing at each other, their faces a tapestry of fear and uncertainty. I felt the surge of emotion, a tide swelling in my chest, a longing for justice, for reprisal. Then it happened. Kamudi, fueled by a sudden surge of spirit, stepped forward, raising his voice. "You can't just take what isn't yours." His words were a spark, igniting a firestorm. Nefertari grabbed his arm, eyes wide with a mix of pride and terror. I felt the momentum shift, the energy in the air crackling with possibility. The marketplace held its breath, suspended in that moment, as if time itself had paused to witness the clash of hope against despair. The soldiers halted, their eyes narrowing, calculating. I felt Kamudi's heart race, a frantic drumbeat of defiance. Would they lash out? Would they crush this spark before it could ignite a flame? The silence grew, thick and oppressive, until the tension snapped like a taut string, a shout rang out, fierce and primal. I could sense the collective heartbeat of Nubia, every person, every life, a vital note in the symphony of resistance. Yet, as the confrontation loomed, I couldn't shake the whisper of reality, a ghostly reminder that the Old Kingdom's grip was ironclad. I could feel the inevitability of violence creeping in, like a shadow gathering around the flickering flame of hope. Nubia was a treasure trove, and in the eyes of the Old Kingdom, it was nothing but a prize to be claimed. And as I stood there, breathless, caught between the past and the future, I felt a profound loss looming on the horizon. I remember watching them, Kamudi and Nefertari, two souls intertwined in a dance of defiance, their hearts beating in sync with the pulse of Nubia, fighting for a life that was all too fragile, a life that hung by a thread in the tapestry of history. The marketplace vibrated with a collective gasp as the soldiers moved forward. I held my breath, the air thick with anticipation, the world teetering on the brink of something terrible yet inevitable. The clash was about to begin, and deep inside, I felt the weight of all the choices made and unmade. Nubia's role was more than trade or tribute, it was a heartbeat, a story, a relentless quest for identity in a world poised to swallow it whole. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the darkness crept in, a reminder that no matter how fiercely one fights, the shadows always linger, waiting for their moment to engulf. And in that haunting twilight, I felt time itself tremble. The night sky over Nubia hung heavy, a canvas of unyielding darkness, punctuated only by the distant flickers of torches swaying like desperate whispers. I remember the shiver that danced along my spine, the premonition of chaos just beyond the horizon. A tension thick enough to cut through flesh and bone cocooned the army as they marched, each footfall a heartbeat, echoing the pulse of something ancient, something insatiable. The air was electric, pregnant with the weight of unshed blood and unspoken fears. I remember Khepri, wild-eyed and fierce, her heart a tempest of courage and despair. Walking beside me, her voice trembled as she spoke of glory and honor, the promise of our pharaoh's vision shimmering like a mirage. "They say Nubia is rich," she whispered, her words swirling around us like smoke. "Rich in gold, in power, in blood." I could taste the irony. Here we were, a tide of men and women, poised to sweep into lands like a swarm of locusts, yet it was her eyes that held the truth. Those haunted eyes spoke of conflicted souls, longing for a better life while standing on the precipice of annihilation. "Do they even know we're coming?" I asked, trying to swallow the knot tightening in my throat. She shot me a glance laced with bitterness, the kind that only comes from knowing too much. "It doesn't matter. They will know soon enough." The words dripped with the weight of inevitability, and I felt my heart clench, the pulse of fear mingling with the thrill of impending conflict. The drums began, a low rumble growing louder, vibrating through the ground and into our bones. Each beat was a call to arms, a beckoning to the souls waiting just out of sight, hidden within the shadows of ancient stones and secrets. It was a sound that could awaken the dead, and in that moment, I felt the weight of our mission crash down upon me like the oppressive heat of a summer's day. We were invaders, drawn by the allure of wealth, transcending the thin line between conquerors and butchers. Then there was Malik, a warrior carved from the very essence of the desert, his strength a paradox against the chaos that brewed within him. He wore his scars like badges, reminders of battles won and lost, yet even he could not mask the flicker of doubt that shadowed his steps. "We fight for the pharaoh," he would say, his voice a rumble of thunder as we marched, but I could see the cracks beneath his bravado. "For our future." Yet, in his eyes, I sensed a flicker of questioning, the gnawing uncertainty that perhaps we were the ghosts haunting our own dreams. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land into a chilling embrace, I could feel the tension spiral around us like a noose. We approached the Nubian border, and the silence became a living thing, alive and breathing, holding its breath in anticipation. The night was thick with memories of lives untouched, families gathered around fires, oblivious to the maelstrom approaching. I remembered my own home, the laughter of siblings, the warmth of a mother's embrace, scenes now distant, like fading stars in the vast expanse of an indifferent universe. The river Nile slithered beside us, a serpent of shimmering darkness reflecting the faint light of the moon. It whispered secrets, old as time, as I gazed into its depths, wondering how many dreams had drowned within its currents. My fingers brushed against the cold surface, and for a fleeting moment, I imagined the lives we would shatter, the futures we would seize and taint with blood, glory, and the weight of our ambitions. And then it happened, a flicker on the edge of the night, a rustle that sent icy fingers creeping up my spine. The Nubians were not just tales in our ears, they were flesh and spirit, warriors who would fight for their home. I could hear them now, a distant chant rising to meet the rhythm of our drums, their voices woven with fury and pride. A heartbeat, a pause, and then the clash erupted like the shattering of glass. I remember Khepri, her form dancing through the chaos, a blur of strength and desperation. I remember the way she wielded her spear, not just as a weapon but as an extension of her wounded soul. Every thrust, every strike, was a plea, "I am here," echoing into the void. The air filled with the stench of sweat and blood, mingled with the cries of the fallen, each note a haunting requiem. War is a grotesque symphony, and we were its puppets, bound by strings of fate, greed, and the haunting echo of our ancestors. Malik fought valiantly by my side, muscles straining, eyes wild, but I could see the flicker of home in his gaze, a reminder that not all battles are worth the cost. In the thrumming chaos, we were not warriors, we were lost boys, children who had long forgotten how to play, now caught in a game with rules written in blood. Time became a cruel mockery, each moment stretching into eternity. I felt the weight of my choices, the lives we were altering with every swing of our blades. The cries of pain and fury melded into a single, monstrous roar, vibrating through my chest, and I longed to scream, to stop the madness unfolding before my very eyes. But there was no turning back. The monster had been unleashed, and we were its unwitting heralds. And amidst the clash of swords and the cries of the dying, a flicker of realization ignited within me. The Nubians were not mere obstacles, they were reflections of our own humanity, our fears, our desires. Each face I saw within the chaos mirrored my own, the same desperation, the same longing for peace, for life. Yet here we were, locked in a deadly embrace, spiraling deeper into a darkness that promised no salvation. I remember the stars shining with a cruel indifference, watching as we tore apart the very fabric of life. I remember the fear gripping my heart, the overwhelming urge to run, to escape this nightmare. But I stood there, rooted in the madness, each heartbeat a reminder of my existence. And as the clash of steel rang through the air, I knew this was just the beginning, an echo of the choices that awaited us, a silent promise that there would be no easy endings, no solace in victory. The battle raged on, and in the whirlpool of chaos, I felt the pulse of something primal, something ineffable. We were not merely expanding into Nubia, we were stepping into the abyss, and only time would reveal what awaited us on the other side. The night closed in, wrapping its tendrils around us, as we fought not just against our foes but against the very shadows of our own souls. The sun hung low in the sky, igniting the horizon in crimson hues, a bloody omen painting the desert sands. I remember the sound, distant, thunderous, a cacophony of hooves and clashing steel that rattled the very bones of the earth. The air pulsed with urgency, alive with the scent of sweat and iron, thick enough to choke on. Fear clutched at my throat as the army of Pharaoh Sesostris surged forward, a tide of men driven by fervor and desperation, each heartbeat echoing the relentless thud of war drums. In the chaos, I found myself beside Ankhav, a soldier whose fierce resolve masked a heart riddled with doubts. I remember the way his eyes flickered with uncertainty, shadows swirling like ghosts of the fallen around him. "Gold," he said, voice taut, "is all they see. All we see." His hands trembled, not from fear of the enemy, but from the weight of his own ambition. He was not just fighting for the pharaoh's insatiable thirst for wealth, but for a place in history, an unyielding desire that gnawed at his soul like a serpent, both alluring and venomous. "Sometimes, I wonder if it's worth it," he confessed, his voice barely a whisper beneath the clamor. I could feel the heat of his breath on my skin, a reminder of our shared humanity amidst this madness. I remembered the stories of our ancestors, great kings adorned with gold, rulers feared and revered. Yet, here we were, mere pawns in a game played by gods who craved power more than life itself. Across the battlefield, I caught sight of Mere, a warrior woman, fierce and uncompromising. The sun caught her hair, igniting it into a halo of flames, a stark contrast to the shadow that lurked behind her eyes, a shadow born of loss, of sacrifice. "They think gold can buy loyalty," she spat, wielding her sword with a precision that sent shivers straight to my core. "It can't, not when it's soaked in blood." Her laughter rang out, sharp and bitter, a haunting melody that could only find solace in the embrace of despair. She had once dreamed of a life beyond the battlefield, of laughter and love. But the relentless pursuit of gold had twisted those dreams into nightmares, and now she stood at the precipice of destruction, ready to plunge into the abyss. I remember the moment the first arrows flew, slicing through the air like whispers of death. I ducked, heart racing, the world around me blurring in a storm of chaos. The clash of swords was a violent symphony, each note a reminder of why we were here, a quest for gold, for glory, for the pharaoh's favor. But the deeper I sank into this reality, the more I questioned the worth of it all. Were we not all chasing shadows, phantoms that glittered but vanished with the dawn? The battlefield was a grotesque tapestry, stitched together with the threads of ambition and despair. Men fell like wheat before the scythe, their dreams extinguished in an instant, faces frozen in an expression of disbelief. I felt the weight of their presence, ghosts lingering in the corners of my mind, haunting me with every step I took. What do you fight for? I wanted to scream, to demand answers from the universe that seemed to conspire against us. Ankhaf and Mere fought on, but I saw the flicker of doubt in their eyes. It was a mirror reflecting my own turmoil, a shared understanding that threaded us together in this dark tapestry of life. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced upon the sand, each movement echoing our struggles, our failures. What was the cost of this endless pursuit of gold? Would it fill the void left by our losses, or merely deepen it? I remember the moment the tide turned, the clash of wills, a crescendo building toward an inevitable climax. Mere charged into the fray, a lioness among sheep, her battle cry piercing through the fog of despair. But I saw the glint of gold behind her fierce exterior, the way it stirred something primal within her. Could gold really be the answer? What if it was merely an illusion, a cruel trick played by fate? Ankhaf fell beside me, a gash across his brow, eyes wide with the realization that gold could not save him now. It's all a ruse, he gasped, blood mingling with the sand, turning it to a dark, unyielding clay. The threads of our fates intertwined, binding us to this moment, this reckoning. The chaos swirled around us, an eddy of madness, and I felt it, an overwhelming urge to scream, to rage against the dying of the light. For every soldier who fell, every dream shattered in the pursuit of the glittering prize, I felt a piece of my soul fracture. What had we become? Tools of the pharaoh's ambition, mere instruments in a symphony of destruction, our humanity stripped bare, exposed to the elements. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging us into darkness, I realized the truth. We were not just fighting for gold, we were fighting for our very souls. In that eerie silence, broken only by the distant cries of the fallen, I understood that the quest for gold was a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. It ignited a fire within us, one that could warm or consume, depending on how we chose to wield it. I felt the weight of history pressing down, an inescapable reality that bound us to the pharaoh's insatiable hunger. The battle raged on, a blur of violence and despair, but my heart pulsed with a new understanding. Ankhaf's words echoed in my mind, and I feared the truth he had whispered, that perhaps gold was not the answer we sought, but rather the very problem that had brought us to this brink. Time stretched and twisted, a cruel mockery of the moments we had lost. I looked to Mere, her fierce spirit flickering like a dying flame, and in that moment, I knew, this was not just a battle for wealth, it was a confrontation with the ghosts of our past, our choices, our relentless pursuit of a dream that was perhaps never meant to be. The ground trembled beneath us, and I could feel the cosmos shifting, an alignment of stars urging us forward into the unknown. And as the final screams of battle echoed into the night, I knew this was only the beginning. The quest for gold was far from over, it had only just begun, a haunting refrain that would follow us into the shadows of history, where our souls would be forever entwined in the dance of life and death. The air was thick with tension, a restless storm brewing in the distance as the soldiers huddled in their makeshift camp. Darkness draped over them like a shroud, the moon a mere spectator, barely daring to cast its gaze upon the horrors to come. I remember the crackle of fires, the scent of sweat and earth mingling with something far more sinister, a premonition of blood. Hearts pounded like war drums, and in that moment, I could feel the weight of destiny on my shoulders. Levian, a veteran soldier with a scar that ran like a river down his cheek, stood apart from the others, staring into the flickering flames. I could see the turmoil in his eyes, a mix of resolve and despair. He was a man burdened by the ghosts of battles past, each life he had taken a chain binding him tighter to his own guilt. Another day, another chance to die, he muttered, a strange smile tugging at his lips. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss his dark humor, but the gravity of his words hung in the air like the smoke curling upward, disappearing into nothingness. Beside him, Myra, a fierce warrior with a heart of unyielding steel, paced back and forth, her armor clinking softly like bells announcing an impending doom. She was an embodiment of fierce loyalty and fierce ambition, driven by the memory of her brother, lost in a battle long before. They won't take him from me, she vowed, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Her hands clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms. I could almost see the images dancing in her mind, the flash of steel, the cries of men falling, the face of her brother forever etched in her memory. Each step she took felt like a countdown to an inevitable confrontation with the enemy, and with her own fears. The night deepened, and with it, the silence grew heavier. It was a silence that choked, filled with the whispers of fate and the shrieks of the lost. I could almost hear their cries, a chorus of anguish bleeding into the stillness. Tomorrow, we fight, came Levian's voice, pulling me back to the moment, to the reality of our impending doom. Every strategy we've learned, every trick we've played, it won't matter unless we are willing to embrace the chaos. His words struck me like a bolt of lightning. I recalled the map spread out before us in the war room, the intricate lines and symbols marking our strategies, our hopes. But those lines were mere illusions, fragile threads woven from desperation. I remembered our discussions, heated debates that echoed in the stone walls. The way Levian argued for the flanks, his eyes alight with that mix of hope and madness, while Myra countered fiercely, her voice sharp as a blade. And yet, here we stood, faced with the reality that the greatest strategies often crumbled in the face of raw, unadulterated fear. Dawn broke, an explosion of color that felt like a cruel joke upon the battlefield that awaited us. The world was painted in hues of red and orange, but it did little to warm the chill that gripped my spine. A bell tolled in the distance, a mournful sound that made my heart race. This is the moment, I thought, standing shoulder to shoulder with Levian and Myra, brothers and sisters formed in the furnace of battle, each of us scarred yet unyielding. The sun rose not as a sign of hope, but as a harbinger of bloodshed. It was chaos that greeted us. The clash of steel rang in my ears like a symphony of despair, and with every strike, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us. I remember the battle cries, a cacophony of courage and terror. Levian fought with the intensity of a man who had nothing left to lose, each swing of his sword a desperate attempt to silence the demons that haunted him. He moved with a grace that belied his years, each movement a dance with death. Myra was a force of nature, slicing through the enemy ranks like a spirit of vengeance. I could see the fire in her eyes, a reflection of the love she had for her brother, fueling her rage. Yet, with every enemy she felled, I could see a piece of her soul shatter, the cost of vengeance etched into her very being. And I, caught between their worlds, felt the pull of both grief and resolve. My heart wrenched as I fought, each thrust of my sword echoing the silent screams of those lost. Time lost all meaning in that roar of battle, it was a relentless blur. I remember the ground beneath my feet, stained with memories of those who had once walked upon it, their laughter now silenced. I remember Levian, his back against mine, a barrier against the tide of chaos. We survived this. We have to, he shouted, but his voice was lost in the cacophony, a promise made in a world where promises often crumbled into dust. And then, the moment came when the tide turned, a single glance exchanged between Myra and Levian that said more than words ever could. In an instant, the world around us fell away, and all that existed was the two of them, a brother and sister bound by blood and loss, each fighting for their own redemption. But fate is a cruel mistress, she laughed as she pulled the strings, and in a heartbeat, everything changed. I saw Levian fall, the glint of steel buried deep in his side. Time froze, my heart stopped, a drum silenced mid-beat. I remember the horror etched on Myra's face, the way her scream tore through the din of war, a ghostly wail echoing through the chaos. As I rushed to Levian's side, I felt the ground shift beneath me, the world collapsing into shadows. Hold on. Stay with me. I pleaded, my voice cracking. But even as the words left my lips, I felt the weight of inevitability pressing down. This was the cost of our choices, the outcome of every strategy we had crafted in the dimly lit war room. The battlefield was no longer a place of glory, it was a graveyard filled with the weight of hearts lost and dreams shattered. In the haze of battle, as the enemy closed in, I caught a glimpse of Myra, her expression shifting from despair to unrelenting fury. She fought like a tempest unleashed, and in that moment, I grasped the truth. The role of strategy was not merely to win battles but to navigate the haunting complexities of the human soul, the triumphs, the tragedies, the love and loss intertwining in a grotesque dance. As the echoes of battle faded into the distance, I knew we had waged more than war that day. We had faced our own demons, our own fears, and we were forever changed. With each breath I took, I felt the pulse of history beneath our feet, an unending cycle of conflict and resolution, of strength and vulnerability. And just like that, we were drawn into the next chapter of this haunting tale, a tale that would never truly end. The sun hung low over the ancient city of Kerma, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms on the ground. The air was thick with tension, the kind that clings to your skin and makes your heart race. I remember standing there, the weight of 1,000 lives pressing down on me, as the distant sound of drums echoed through the alleys, a funeral dirge for the fallen, or a battle call for the brave. It was hard to tell, but my instinct screamed danger. Mosi was in the crowd, his face a canvas of raw emotion, eyes burning with a feverish intensity. He was not just a warrior, he was a son, a brother, a man bound by duty and blood. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of choice. To fight for his people or flee to save himself. I could see it in the tense muscles of his jaw, the pulse in his throat. He was caught in the grip of a terrible decision, and I felt it too, as if his turmoil was etched into my own flesh. "Do you hear that?" he shouted over the swelling tide of chaos, but his voice was swallowed by the cacophony. I didn't need to hear it, I felt it, an impending storm, the crack of thunder that heralds destruction. And then there was Nia, her presence a fierce contrast to Moses' barely contained tempest. She was a healer, her hands gentle yet steady, fingers stained with herbs and memories of pain. But in this moment, she was a tempest of her own. The sight of a wounded soldier being carried past her, blood soaking into the earth like a dark promise, sent her spiraling into a well of despair. I could feel her heart breaking, one shard at a time, and it cut through me like a knife. "Mosi, we have to do something," she cried, her voice trembling with urgency. But what could they do? The flames of war raged closer, licking at their heels, and time was slipping through their fingers like sand. The very ground beneath them felt alive, trembling with the weight of destiny, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of Kerma, a city on the brink. I remember the first time Mosi had told me about his dreams of a united Nubia, where the might of the kingdoms would rise like the sun, casting shadows of oppression into the past. That was before the armies of the north had come, before the whispers of betrayal had taken root in their hearts. Now, those dreams felt like ashes in his mouth, a bitter reminder of what was slipping away. "Will you fight for a dream that may never come true?" Nia's voice cracked, and in that moment, I understood her fear. She had watched too many lives extinguished, too many hopes dashed against the rocks of reality. Her heart was a fortress of sorrow, and Moses' unwavering spirit threatened to tear it down. "Every dream is worth fighting for," he replied, fiery determination igniting in his eyes. But it was a fragile flame, flickering against the winds of doubt. I held my breath, feeling the tension wrap around us like a noose, tighter with every passing second. The drums beat louder, a relentless pulse that thrummed through the air like a warning. We were caught in a web spun of desperation, and I could sense the tendrils wrapping around my own heart. Shadows lengthened, creeping closer, whispering promises of violence and loss. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that threatened to engulf us. But there was beauty in the chaos too. In the distance, the pyramids of Napatan stood sentinel, monumental and enduring, watching the fragile lives of mortals with a disdainful gaze. They had seen the rise and fall of kings, the bloodshed of countless battles. I wondered what stories they could tell, what secrets they held in their stone hearts. Now, as the world descended into madness, I felt the cosmos shift. Stars flickered in the twilight, a celestial reminder that time was fleeting. The past bore down upon us, a haunting specter demanding retribution, while the future loomed, a shadowy figure filled with uncertainty and dread. Mosi turned to Nia, desperation etched into his features. "We can't let fear win. We must unite our people." His voice cracked, each word carrying the weight of their ancestors, the ghosts of those who had come before them. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of hope, the dare to dream even in the face of doom. "Hope," she replied bitterly, her voice a sharp dagger. "Hope doesn't shield us from the blades of our enemies. Hope doesn't heal the broken." There it was, the chasm between their hearts, a divide carved by pain and loss. And yet, it was this very conflict that held the essence of their humanity. Flawed and beautiful, they were mirrors reflecting the struggle of existence. In the throes of chaos, they fought not just the darkness approaching them, but the shadows lurking within themselves. I remember the moment it all shifted, the air crackling with electricity, the tension snapping like a taut string. A single war cry rose above the din, piercing the silence with its primal ferocity. It was like a thunderclap, shaking the very ground beneath our feet. Nia's eyes widened, fear, yes, but also something else. Determination? Or was it resignation? I could see the ghosts of her past flickering behind her gaze, a haunting reminder of why she had dedicated her life to healing. And Mosi, fueled by fervor, urged forward, a warrior ready to grasp fate by the throat. And then, as if time had surrendered to the moment, I could feel it, the balance tipping, the scales of destiny swinging toward confrontation. The heartbeat of the earth echoed the rhythm of their souls, intertwining with the destiny of Kerma and Napatan. I was there, on the precipice with them, suspended in agony and ecstasy. The air hummed with potential, electric and alive, as the drumbeats morphed into chants of defiance. I felt my own heartbeat synchronize with theirs, a desperate prayer to the cosmos, and waited, breathless, for the storm to break. The air was thick with tension, a silent hum crackling like a storm waiting to break. I stood among the crumbling walls of what was once a proud city, Nubia, the heartbeat of a land long revered for its strength, now trembling beneath the shadow of invaders. My heart thundered in my chest, a wild creature caged by fear, as whispers of the Hyksos reached me like the rustling of dry leaves. They were coming, and with them, a darkness that could consume the very essence of my home. I remember the faces of my people, those who had laughed with me, who had shared dreams beneath the stars. A child played in the dirt, her laughter a melody that twisted into sorrow as memories danced like ghosts, taunting me with what was to come. They had their weapons, their fierce eyes, and an insatiable hunger for conquest. But we had something they did not, resolve, a fire burning in our chests even when the winds howled against us. Dare I, in this moment of uncertainty, think of my brother, Omori? He had always been the brave one, the one who would charge forward into the fray, a lion amidst lambs. I could see him now, that proud tilt of his head, his hands wrapped around the hilt of his sword, a wild determination lighting his eyes. He was my anchor, but in this chaos, I wondered, would he fight for me, or would he drown in the tide of war? And then there was Kia, my heart's secret. She stood at the edge of the village, the wind catching her dark hair like a spectre whispering promises of escape. I can still hear her voice, soft yet fierce, cutting through the oppressive silence. "We must not let them take our home," she'd said, her fingers trembling as they grazed the blade of a spear, a weapon meant for defense, yet it felt like a curse. I remember how her gaze met mine, a spark in the darkness, and for a moment, amidst the fear, hope flickered. But hope is a cruel mistress. It teases, then leaves you bare. I thought of the dreams she shared, of a future woven with threads of laughter and love. Those dreams were now engulfed in the scent of burning flesh and the cries of the fallen. The Hyksos had no mercy. They were the embodiment of chaos, and as they swept through the land, my heart ached with a sorrow that threatened to swallow me whole. The night cloaked us, thick and suffocating, the stars hidden behind a shroud of despair. I could sense the shadows, the encroaching footsteps of destiny. They were out there, waiting, thirsting for power. I remember feeling the earth tremor beneath me, not just the ground but the very core of my being, as if something primal was awakening, something that knew no fear. The drums of war beat steadily, a morbid rhythm echoing in my chest. Omori stood at the forefront, defiance etched on his face like a wild mural. "We fight or we perish," he roared, and the words ignited something deep within us. But as I looked into his eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt, the flash of uncertainty that haunted us all. We were warriors, yet we were also terrified souls standing at the precipice of destruction. What if he fell? What if all of this brought nothing but ruin? A cry pierced the night, splintering the silence like glass. I turned, dread coiling tightly in my gut as shadows danced along the edges of the camp. My heart raced, pounding like the war drums heralding our demise. The Hyksos had arrived, cloaked in the armor of cruelty, their faces obscured by masks of arrogance. They were phantoms, specters of death dancing in the moonlight, and I could feel the weight of their presence, a chilling reminder that time was slipping away. Kia stepped forward, her spirit unyielding. "We will not be silenced," she declared, her voice steady like the roots of an ancient tree. But I could see the tremor in her hands, the flickering uncertainty in her eyes. Would bravery be enough? Would her fierce heart shield us against the storm? The air crackled with anticipation, a tension that could snap like a taut string, and I held my breath, the silence pregnant with what was to come. And then, as if the universe conspired to shatter the stillness, the clash of steel rang out, a symphony of chaos erupting around us. I could feel the ground shake beneath my feet as I grabbed my spear, the weapon heavy with the weight of expectation. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a relentless reminder of what I stood to lose. With every step I took toward the fray, I felt the pull of despair. I could see Omori, thrusting his sword with the ferocity of a cornered beast, and Kia, weaving through the chaos like a shadow, her spirit a glowing ember amidst the ashes. We fought as one, yet the fear clawed at my insides, leaving me breathless with the knowledge of what awaited us: loss, perhaps death, an eternity of silence in a world that had once been vibrant with laughter. But there was no turning back. We were caught in the web of fate, and each swing of our weapons became a desperate plea for survival, a frantic dance on the edge of oblivion. The darkness threatened to envelop us, and I thought, in that fleeting moment, of the lives that would be lost, the hopes that would drown. In the heart of the tumult, I felt a surge of anger, a fire ignited by the thought of losing everything I held dear. The ground beneath me was soaked with the blood of dreams, but I would not let it end like this. I could feel Kia's presence, her spirit pushing against the encroaching shadows, her laughter ringing in my ears even as chaos twisted reality into a nightmarish tapestry. I remember, and I will not forget. The night, the screams, the sorrow, the fight. But as the battle raged on, as courage battled with despair, the question clung to my heart like an unwelcome guest: what would become of us? The sun hung low over Thebes, a molten orb trailing shadows that twisted like the phantoms of ancient gods. The air was thick, not just with the heat, but with the weight of impending doom. I remember the clamor, the clash of metal against metal, the cries of men battling against fate, and the haunting wails of mothers searching for their sons amidst the carnage. In those moments, everything shifted, transformed, the very essence of life felt suspended, teetering on the precipice of chaos. Kinwasit stood at the edge of the battlefield, his heart pounding like a drum echoing through time. He wore the scars of conflict etched deeply into his skin, a tapestry of mistakes and victories. A warrior, yes, but also a man, flawed and full of the weight of unspoken fears. I remember the way he clenched his fists, fingers entwined like vines around the neck of a broken bottle, blooded and bitter. It was a reminder that in war, there were no heroes, only survivors. To his right, Anit gazed out into the fiery horizon, her eyes reflecting the chaos as if the world itself had shattered. I remember her breath hitching, the way her chest rose and fell like the tides of the Nile caught in a storm. A healer, she had once stitched wounds with delicate care, but now her hands trembled, remembering the soft touch that could no longer mend hearts turned to stone. She had loved him, the boy who now wore armor and wielded a sword. But love, like the sunset, was fleeting, and as twilight descended, so did the shadows of doubt. "Come back to me," she whispered, though the words hung in the air like smoke, dissipating into nothingness. She wasn't just talking to Kinwasit, she was addressing a void, a chasm that threatened to swallow them both whole. In that fraught heartbeat, the battlefield morphed into a grotesque tapestry of dreams unfulfilled, of futures entwined with the stench of death. The drumbeat of war intensified, a symphony of destruction resonating through the valley. I remember the way the sky turned crimson, painting a vivid reminder that life and death danced in tandem, and nothing was ever truly certain. Kerma charged forth, fear ignited in his chest like a wildfire, a phantom echo of the boy who ran through these streets with laughter, now replaced by the guttural roar of men. For the new kingdom, he cried, a war cry laden with desperation. And in that moment, he was both a lion and a lamb, fierce yet trembling on the edge. Anit's heart raced as she took a step back, her instincts clawing at her to run, to hide from the horror unfurling before her. But she couldn't turn away, she was tethered to the battlefield and the man she loved. Kerma, she shouted, the sound raw and ripped from her throat, a fervent plea that echoed like an unfulfilled promise. The world around them exploded with fury. The clash of swords, the thud of bodies hitting the earth, the screams that pierced through the air like 1,000 arrows shot straight to the heart. I remember the chaos, how it enveloped everything, turning friends into foes, lovers into memories. Time stretched and twisted, seconds feeling like centuries, every moment laden with the weight of what ifs and the agony of what could have beens. Underneath the din, there was a whisper, an ominous reminder of the gods watching, their shadows looming like judgment. The cries of the fallen danced through Kerma's mind, a cacophony that clawed at his sanity. He could feel the blood on his hands, sticky and warm, a morbid reminder of his humanity lost in the quest for glory. It was a kingdom they sought to build, yet all they were constructing were graves. Is this what we wanted? He thought, his breath hitching as he swung his sword in a blur, striking down an enemy who had once been a neighbor, a friend. Is this the glory we sought? The weight of his actions sank into his very soul, and in that moment, he was more than a warrior, he was a man haunted, a ghost wandering through a battlefield of bones. Anit felt every heartbeat, every gasp, as if the universe was collapsing around her. She was not just a spectator, she was part of the tapestry of loss, each thread woven with grief and longing. The ghosts of the past whispered in her ear, urging her to remember the laughter, the love, the moments that made life worth living. But the laughter was drowned out by the clash of swords, and the love felt like a distant memory, fading like the sunset. Hold on to your dreams, Kerma, she screamed into the maelstrom, but the wind stole her words, scattering them like ashes in a storm. They were fighting for a kingdom that felt increasingly like a mirage, shimmering and unattainable. Each swing of the sword felt like a betrayal, a shattering of every promise they had made to each other. And then, just as the universe seemed poised to swallow them whole, Kerma found himself face to face with a figure draped in shadows. A fleeting moment, the heartbeat suspended in time. A flash of recognition, of understanding. He was not just fighting for glory, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive, to love, to breathe amidst the chaos. The air crackled with tension, the battlefield frozen in that single pulse of a moment. I remember the silence that enveloped them, a thick fog of uncertainty. Would he strike? Would he falter? Kerma's heart raced, each beat a clash against the drum of war, against the ghosts of his past, against the love that tethered him to the edge of despair. Anit watched, every fiber of her being entwined with his fate. She could feel the universe holding its breath, the stars suspended in the night sky, whispering secrets of destiny while the world crumbled around them. In that silence, there was more than just impending conflict, there was the promise of change, the haunting beauty of what it meant to truly fight, for love, for a future, for a flicker of hope in the darkest of times. But the battlefield remained unforgiving, a churning sea of violence and desperation, a mirror reflecting back the heartache and the haunting realization that even the fiercest warriors could become ghosts in the blink of an eye. The sun dipped further, casting long shadows filled with the weight of choices yet to be made, of battles yet to be fought. And thus, like the cosmic clock ticking away, the fate of Kerma and Anit spun on the wheel of fortune, a tapestry woven with love and loss, battles fought and dreams unfulfilled. The pulse of the new kingdom throbbed with intensity, ever present, ever consuming, as the shadows loomed larger, beckoning them deeper into the heart of darkness. The scent of blood hangs in the air, thick and suffocating, mingling with the dust that swirls around the feet of soldiers. A hush has fallen over the camp, a silence that screams louder than 1,000 battle cries. It is the kind of silence that weighs heavy, pressing down on the heart and soul, a prelude to the chaos that is about to erupt. Thutmose stands at the edge, his eyes narrowed, scanning the horizon where the sun bleeds into the earth, as if the very sky aches for the lives that will be lost today. I remember the moment, the way the world felt suspended, like the instant before a storm unleashes its fury. The tension crackles in the air as soldiers grip their weapons, knuckles white, eyes wide with a mix of fear and eager anticipation. They are pawns in a larger game, yet today, they stand ready to become legends, though legends often wear the guise of horror. Then there's Merit, a Nubian woman whose spirit is as fierce as the rivers that carve through her homeland. She stands defiant, her heart pounding with the rhythm of drums echoing in the distance, each beat a reminder of what is at stake. The villagers behind her cower, their faces etched with despair, but not Merit. She knows the weight of history, the sorrow of generations, and she refuses to submit. "I will not let them take my home," she whispers to herself, though the words feel like fragile glass in her throat. Thutmose's gaze catches hers, two worlds colliding in a single moment. There's an ache in his chest, a flicker of something that feels all too human. He is a god-kissed warrior, destined for greatness, yet here, staring into the eyes of the woman who embodies what he seeks to conquer, he feels the sharp pang of doubt. He remembers his mother's voice, soothing yet firm, reminding him of the bloodlines that run like rivers through history, that his actions today will echo into the future. But at what cost? And then the signal, a horn blares, piercing the heavy silence like a jagged knife. It shatters the moment, and suddenly, the air is alive with chaos. The soldiers surge forward, a wave of armor and steel, as the ground shakes beneath their feet. Merit stands firm, her heart a drum of defiance, and she raises her spear, a beacon of hope amidst despair. "For our ancestors," she cries, her voice ringing out, a battle cry that dances on the edge of despair and courage. I remember the clash, the sound of metal biting into metal, a symphony of violence that reverberates through the very bones of the earth. Thutmose charges, adrenaline coursing through his veins, the thrill of impending victory igniting a fire in his chest. But with each swing of his sword, he feels that flicker of doubt again, the haunting question of what it means to claim a land soaked in sorrow. The battle rages on, bodies clashing like waves against the rocks, and amidst the chaos, Merit fights like a tempest. She feels the weight of every life that came before her, the ghosts of ancestors whispering through the haze of battle. Each thrust of her spear is a prayer for the lost, a promise that she will not let their sacrifice be in vain. But as Thutmose approaches, their destinies entwined in a violent ballet, the moment stretches thin, and she feels the weight of history pressing down on her. In the thick of it all, their eyes meet again. This time, it's not just warriors on opposite ends of a battlefield, but two souls caught in the web of fate. Merit's heart races, not just with fear but with an understanding that transcends the clash of swords. Thutmose's breath quickens, caught between the thrill of conquest and the haunting realization that he is fighting not just for land but for the souls that inhabit it. Time stretches, the world around them blurring, and suddenly, it's as though the battle fades into nothingness. There is only the two of them, sweat and blood melding into the earth, the cries of warriors becoming a mere echo in the vastness of their shared moment. He feels the weight of his power, the lure of empire, and yet, something in her fierce gaze pulls at him, a tether to humanity he thought he'd severed in his rise to greatness. "I fight for my people." "Who do you fight for?" Merit's voice cuts through the clamor, raw and pure, and in that moment, it feels like the universe holds its breath. He hesitates, caught between the chains of expectation and the uncharted territory of empathy. "I fight for Egypt," he responds, but even to his own ears, the answer sounds hollow, an echo of rhetoric, devoid of the pulse of truth. The tide of battle swells again, a cruel reminder of the world they inhabit, where valor and savagery dance a wretched waltz. Thutmose lunges forward, but there's an uncharacteristic falter, a moment of uncertainty, and Merit takes her chance, her spear slicing through the air, a fleeting embodiment of defiance. And then the world erupts once more, a cacophony of screams and steel, but all Thutmose can feel is the weight of that moment suspended in time. The realization washes over him like a flood, a truth he cannot escape. The land he seeks to conquer is not simply a territory, but a tapestry woven with blood, sweat, and tears. The battle rages on, the dust swirling as men fall and rise. They are warriors caught in a storm, yet every action ripples through time, each choice echoing against the walls of history. But for Thutmose and Merit, it is not just land or glory, they are caught in a tempest of their own making, where the ghosts of their ancestors watch, waiting for justice, revenge, or perhaps a chance at redemption. In that fleeting moment, as swords clash and the air thickens with the pall of uncertainty, the stakes rise. The winds howl, the heavens darken, the cosmos themselves seem to conspire, whispering secrets of fate and sorrow. And just as the sky threatens to spill over, the ground trembles beneath their feet, a reminder that the echoes of today will shape the stories of tomorrow. I remember the way the world felt, alive, electric, and filled with the weight of choices unmade. I remember the shadows that danced just beyond the firelight, the whispers of the past blending with the fierce cries of the present. The battle is far from over, and neither are the questions that linger, a haunting melody that will not fade, a dance of power and resistance that stretches beyond the horizon, into realms yet uncharted. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the temple walls, walls that had witnessed centuries of supplication and sacrifice. I still remember the heartbeat of that moment, the pulse of fear that thrummed in my ears like a war drum. I stood at the edge of Nubia, where the Nile whispered secrets to those brave enough to listen. The land, rich with promise and pain, called to me, its ancient stones echoing the prayers of long-forgotten souls. Nefertari, my beloved, stood inches from me, a figure of grace and frailty, her hands trembling as she reached for the amulet that hung around her neck, the Eye of Horus. It was supposed to protect her, to shield her from the encroaching darkness. But there was a weight in her gaze, a fear that cut deeper than any blade. They say the gods are angry, she whispered, her voice trembling like a reed in the wind. They say they want blood. Tears threatened to spill down her cheeks, and I wanted to wipe them away, to promise her safety. But promises felt like ash in my mouth. I was a priest, a mere mortal tasked with weaving the threads of ritual and reverence. I could not save her from what loomed, from the specters of the past that haunted our people. Neither of us could escape the suffocating shadow of our shared heritage, where Nubia's heart beat alongside the pulse of Egypt, a symphony of life and death, creation and destruction. Horus hovered above us, a guardian carved in stone, his fierce gaze fixed on the chaos below. The temple was alive, filled with whispers, prayers mixed with the scent of incense and fear. I could see the flicker of torches casting dancing shadows across the faces of the gathered priests, each one grappling with the weight of their own faltering faith. In that moment of despair, I felt the pull of my own conflicts, my own heart torn between duty and desire, faith and fear. Farther back, lurking in the shadows, stood Amun, a figure cloaked in mystery. His presence was a storm within me, a tempest that raged beneath the surface. Amun embodied everything I feared, a power so great it could shatter worlds. Yet, there was a familiarity in his dark eyes, a spark of understanding that sent chills down my spine. He sought to bridge the divide between Egyptian and Nubian, between our gods and theirs, but at what cost? I could sense his ambition, a wildfire that threatened to consume us all. Do you think they'll offer her? Amun's voice slithered through the air, thick with malice. The goddess is hungry for sacrifice, and the blood of a priestess would quench her thirst. Nefertari gasped, stepping back, her breath a shallow gasp that echoed in the silence. My heart raced, pounding like a war drum in my chest. The thought of losing her, of watching her become a pawn in a twisted game of power, sent waves of fury crashing through me. You're a monster, I spat, the words laced with pain. You think this is a game? The tension snapped, and Amun's laughter rang out, chilling and hollow. It's a game we're all trapped in, my friend. The gods demand their due, and we are but mere players on this stage, dancing to their whims. As the sun sank, the shadows grew longer, deeper, darker. The cries of the faithful rose in a fervent crescendo, a desperate plea to the heavens. I could feel the ground tremble beneath my feet, the ancient earth shifting as the past clawed its way into the present. Nubia, our Nubia, was a land steeped in sacred rites and blood-soaked altars. Every stone bore witness to the sacrifices made in the name of the gods, and I could feel the weight of those offerings pressing down upon me. I remember the night I first learned the truth of our entwined destinies. A vision came to me, unbidden and fierce, a dreamscape where Nubia's gods and Egypt's deities intertwined like the branches of a great tree. It was a vision of splendor and horror, of creation and destruction rolled into one, a duality that would haunt my waking hours. The Nile flowed not just through Egypt but through the veins of Nubia, merging our fates, forging a bond of blood and spirit. Will you stand with me? Nefertari's voice broke through the fray, a fragile thread of hope amidst the chaos. Together, we can challenge them. We can reshape our destinies. But how could we? How could two flawed souls standing on the edge of oblivion hope to confront the swirling tides of fate? The air grew heavier, thick with despair, and I could feel the walls closing in. My thoughts spiraled, lost in the abyss of what ifs and maybes. Your faith will not save you, Nefertari, Amun interjected, a serpent ready to strike. The gods will not honor your defiance. They will consume you whole. A chill ran down my spine, the truth of his words a bitter pill to swallow. And yet, the fire of rebellion ignited within me. I could not let fear dictate our path. I would not watch her, my love, be sacrificed on the altar of ancient grievances. The Nile may have flowed for centuries, but today would be different. Today, I would stand against the tide. And as I looked at Nefertari, her eyes gleaming with unshed courage, I felt the very fabric of fate shift. The earth trembled, the shadows whispered, and within that moment, I knew this was our time to fight back, to reclaim our stories from the clutches of the gods. But the storm was not over. The confrontation loomed like a gathering tempest on the horizon, with the cries of the ancient dead echoing in the distance. And we, caught in the crosshairs of love and duty, faith and fury, stood ready to face whatever darkness awaited us. The night was pregnant with possibility, with the weight of the past heavy in the air. I could almost hear the echoes of Nubia's cries, the ancient spirits begging for release, for balance. Together, we would rise, even if it meant clawing through the shadows that threatened to consume us. Even if it meant spilling blood to appease the gods. And as the night deepened, we prepared for the reckoning, knowing with every heartbeat that this was just the beginning. The cycle would turn again, and with it, our fate. The sun hung low, a crimson orb sinking into a horizon stained with shadows. The air thickened, heavy, almost suffocating, as the drums of war reverberated through the valley. I can still hear the echoes, a relentless throbbing in my ears, a prelude to turmoil. An army, restless and hungry, poised on the edge of history. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their anticipation. I could taste the dust, bitter, gritty, as it coated my tongue, mingling with the sweat that trickled down my spine, a chilling reminder of the stakes. Hatshepsut stood at the helm, her presence magnetic, fierce. A pharaoh, yes, but more than that, a woman clutching her crown like a drowning sailor clinging to a piece of driftwood. Her eye sparkled with defiance, reflecting the firestorm brewing within, yet she bore the scars of doubt. I remember her words, sharp as a dagger, to lead is to walk a thin line between ambition and ruin. She wore her heart on her sleeve, but it was a fragile thing, thrumming with fear. Would they follow her? Would they see her as their savior or their downfall? Her loyal captain, Amos, stood beside her, a mountain of a man, his muscles honed by years of battle. Yet, fear gnawed at him, a relentless predator. He was torn, caught between loyalty to a queen who had shattered the glass ceiling of a patriarchal world and the shadows of an army that whispered of rebellion. I could see the conflict writhe within him, a serpent twisting and turning, biting at his resolve. "My pharaoh," he said, his voice quaking like the earth beneath their feet, "the soldiers are restless. They speak of the old ways, the men who should reign." And there it was, all a fracture. A crack that could grow wide enough to swallow them all. Hatshepsut's breath hitched, her muscles tensed. The whispers of dissent crept into the corners of her mind like cold tendrils of mist. "They will rally behind strength, Amos," she urged, but even she struggled to believe her own words. "I will show them strength." Night descended like a shroud, draping the camp in a cloak of uncertainty. The stars blinked overhead, cold witnesses to the brewing storm. The tension coiled tighter, a noose around their fates. I remember the flickering torchlight, casting long shadows that danced like spirits, twisting the faces of soldiers into masks of uncertainty. Some were eager for glory, drunk on dreams of conquest, others, haunted by the ghosts of their past. Then came the moment that would seal their fates. The scouts returned, breathless, eyes wild. "Nubia is not as we expected," one gasped, the word Nubia heavy with the weight of history and blood. "The people rise against us. They see us as invaders." The silence that followed was a predator, stalking them with razor-sharp claws. Hatshepsut's jaw clenched, a storm brewing behind her eyes. "Invaders," she whispered, the word a bitter pill lodged in her throat. "We come as allies, as traders." But the truth, I could feel it like a cold hand gripping my heart, no one would remember her intentions. They would only see her as a woman crowned, leading men into battle against the fierce, proud Nubians. Ahmo's heart raced as he grappled with his loyalties. Behind him loomed the specter of his ancestors, the warriors who had spilled blood for the glory of a male pharaoh. He could feel their weight, their cries echoing through time, urging him to turn against this woman who dared to defy convention. "What if we do not return?" he asked, fear draping over him like a cloak. "What if our names are lost to the ages?" But Hatshepsut held her ground, fierce and unyielding. "We cannot turn back. Not now." Her voice rang with a kind of twisted bravery, a blend of hope and desperation. "We must show them the power of unity, of trade, of peace. We will win them over." The drums reverberated again, louder this time, a heartbeat of impending war. I could feel the pulse of her determination, a beacon cutting through the darkness. Yet, with each beat, the weight of the moment pressed down, suffocating. The soldiers shifted restlessly, their breaths heavy with anticipation and fear, as darting toward the horizon where Nubia awaited, a land steeped in its own history, its own heartache. Would they stand against the tide of change she promised? Night deepened, and the stars glimmered like the eyes of long-forgotten gods, watching and waiting. Hatshepsut, cloaked in her royal garb, felt the cool night air wrap around her like a lover's embrace, a bittersweet reminder of her vulnerability. She was a queen, yes, but also a woman, grappling with the weight of existence under an unforgiving sky. "Will they see me?" she murmured, more to herself than to Ahmose. "Will they understand?" The shadows whispered their answers, a cacophony of doubt and hope swirling together like a tempest. Ahmose stepped closer, his heart racing in tandem with hers. "They will see your strength," he promised, yet uncertainty dripped from his words. And then, as if the universe itself had conspired against them, a cry shattered the night, a piercing, blood-curdling scream from the distance. The scouts had returned, wild-eyed and frantic, words tumbling from their lips like stones. "The Nubians are advancing." Time froze, stretching out like the taut string of a bow, every heartbeat amplified in the stillness. Hatshepsut's heart thundered in her chest, a battle cry of its own. She felt that familiar surge of adrenaline, the raw essence of fear and courage intertwining. This would not end here, not in the shadows of uncertainty. The dawn would break, and with it, a new chapter would begin, whether in triumph or ruin depended on the choices they would make in the next breath. The moment hung heavy, poised on the precipice of fate, and I could see it all unfolding, the magic and the madness, the triumph and the tragedy. The winds shifted, carrying with them the promise of blood, the scent of dreams yet unrealized, and the echoes of history that would never truly fade. The clash of bronze on bronze rings out like a death knell, echoing across the parched earth of Kemet. It's a sound that slithers into your bones, sending chills racing down your spine. In the blistering midday sun, soldiers, ragged and weary, grasp their weapons with trembling hands. They stand at the edge of a battlefield that winds like a river of despair, where dust and blood will forever mingle in the tales of their ancestors. I remember the moment when I first faced the horrors of war. My stomach knotted as I watched my brother, Kinwasit, his eyes wide with fear, clutching the javelin like it was a lifeline. He was just a boy, yet he wore the armor of a soldier, heavy and ornate, like a gilded cage. I could see it now, the doubt swirling within him, the weight of expectation pulling him down. The pharaoh's decree was clear: fight for our empire, protect our lands, or perish. The enemy advances like a dark wave, a tide of armored men hungry for conquest. They are relentless, a firestorm of fury and fury. I stand there, heart pounding, torn between the instinct to flee and the duty to fight. My hands tremble, and I can almost feel the ground beneath me pulse with fear. This is the moment when history breathes, when the weight of 1,000 years presses down upon our shoulders. Fight, the commander bellows, his voice booming across the chaos, but it feels empty, like words lost in a tempest. I see the fear in Kinwasit's eyes. I remember the night we played by the Nile, laughing as the stars twinkled above us, oblivious to the shadows creeping ever closer. That laughter feels like a ghost now, haunting me. I want to protect him. I want to shield him from this madness. Across the field, a figure emerges, Seti, fierce and unyielding. His reputation precedes him, a man forged in the crucible of war, a soldier who dances with death. He fights not just for glory but for a lost dream, a vision of an Egyptian empire that stretches beyond the horizon. I watch as he wields his chariot with lethal grace, the horses galloping like a storm, hooves pounding like thunder. He embodies the innovations that have come to define our warfare, the chariot, a marvel of speed and power, slicing through the air like a lightning strike. But even the chariot is not without its tragedies. I remember the stories, how they once ran wild and free, but now they are chained to destruction, driven by fearful men who know not what they unleash. With every clash of metal, with every cry of pain, we bleed the very essence of our civilization. I see Seti's eyes, fierce yet haunted, filled with the ghosts of battles past. They whisper of victories won and lives lost, a duality that tears at him. The ground trembles beneath us, a premonition. The enemy's forces swell like locusts, hungry for the fertile lands of Egypt. Their innovations, cavalry and siege tactics, transform the battlefield into a theater of nightmares. I can almost taste the iron tang of blood in the air, an aroma that mingles with the scent of desperation. It's intoxicating and sickening, a macabre dance of survival. I look towards Kinwasit again, and in that fleeting moment, I remember our mother's words, strength does not lie in the sword but in the heart. But here, in the face of annihilation, that sentiment feels hollow, a distant dream overshadowed by the grim reality of war. Stand firm! I scream, though my voice is swallowed by the cacophony of chaos. I reach for my brother, pulling him close, feeling his heartbeat quicken against my palm. We are two souls intertwined in this vortex of violence, torn between the fervent hope of a brighter dawn and the suffocating dread of dusk. The sun, once a symbol of life, now hangs like a cruel spectre in the sky, mocking us with its brilliance. But then, there's a moment, a breath suspended in time. Seti, fierce and resolute, charges forward, the embodiment of every soldier's dream. He swings his sword with a precision that could cut through the very fabric of fate. For a heartbeat, it feels as if the tide has turned. I watch him weave through the chaos, each movement a testament to the innovations that have forged our military might. It is a dance of death, yes, but also of hope. Yet, hope is often a cruel illusion. The tide shifts again as the enemy's war drums beat louder, a relentless reminder that we are still outnumbered. I feel despair creeping in, a shadow that wraps around my heart like a vice. Kinwasit looks at me, eyes wide, and I see the plea reflected in his gaze. What do we do now? I want to scream, to tell him that we fight, that we must fight for our people, for each other. But in that moment, in the eye of the storm, all I can offer are words steeped in uncertainty. We endure, I whisper, though I'm not sure who I'm trying to convince more, him or me. The moment stretches, a taut string ready to snap, as if the very fabric of time holds its breath. The battlefield is a crucible, and amidst the heat, we are forged anew. I remember the lessons of the past, the stories of generals long gone, of pharaohs who stood against the tide of history. Each tale a reminder that victory is not merely in winning battles, but in the hearts we protect, the legacies we forge. And then, with a thunderous roar, the enemy charges, and we are thrust back into the fray. I stand shoulder to shoulder with Kinwasit, my heart racing in rhythm with the chaos around us, ready to face whatever comes. The pulse of ancient Egypt beats within us, a reminder that even in the darkest of moments, we carry the weight of our ancestors, those who fell, those who triumphed, and those who dared to dream. In this moment, everything fades, the fear, the pain, the ghosts of our past. We are warriors, bound by blood and unyielding spirit. Together, we will face the tide, a wave of courage crashing against the shores of despair. And as the sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows across the battlefield, I know this fight is just the beginning, a battle that will stretch far beyond today. We are not just soldiers, we are the heartbeat of an empire, a testament to the fierce, unrelenting spirit of Egypt. And as the dust swirls around us, I can almost hear the whispers of the past calling. Fight, endure, remember. The echoes of our history seep into my bones, a promise that with every clash, every innovation, our story will continue, a tapestry of courage woven through time, an endless cycle of conflict and resilience. The sun hung low, a ball of molten fire bleeding crimson across the sky, as if the heavens themselves were warning us of the storm to come. I stood in the thickening air, my heart drumming a wild rhythm against the cage of my ribs. Here, in the shadow of the ancient cliffs of Kush, the ground trembled beneath the weight of impending chaos. I could taste the metallic tang of fear, sharp and bitter, slick as blood on my tongue. The Nubian forces gathered before us, a sea of dark faces gleaming with sweat and determination. I could see their eyes, fierce like embers, igniting a fire within me that I didn't want to recognize. I remember the way their war cries echoed, a haunting song that danced with the wind, wrapping itself around me, squeezing my heart like a vice. I thought of my brother, lost in the chaos of battles past, and the way his laughter still haunted my dreams. I had promised him I would fight, that I would carry our family's honor with me. But now, standing on the brink of war, I wondered if honor was worth this despair. Beside me, Captain Amos gripped his spear, knuckles white and straining against the leather grip. His broad shoulders were a monument to years of training, of blood spilled, but today, I saw the cracks in his facade. "We're outnumbered," he muttered, eyes darting toward the horizon where the Nubians gathered like shadows, their unity a living thing, thrumming with intention. Amos had always been the stalwart one, the rock amidst the tumult, and yet here he was vulnerable. What if they overwhelm us? What if, his voice faltered, fear gnawing at the edges? I wanted to reassure him, to remind him of our tactics, the cunning of our generals, how we had fought tooth and nail against even the fiercest foes. But as I opened my mouth, a scream erupted from the distance, a shrill, heart-wrenching sound that pierced through the haze of uncertainty. It was a herald of death, a promise of chaos waiting to unfold. I remember the way time twisted and turned, the seconds stretching into eternity as we stood on the precipice of history. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced like specters, reminding me of all the souls lost before us. Would I join them today? Would I become a whisper in the winds of Kush, another ghost flitting through the annals of time? My hands trembled, a cruel reminder of my mortality, my fragility in the face of such sheer force. As the Nubian war drums thudded in the distance, I caught sight of Kerma, a warrior fierce and unyielding, her spirit as wild as the winds that whipped through the plains. She was a tempest, eyes blazing with the fury of 1,000 storms, and yet beneath her bravado lay a fear that mirrored my own. I could see it when she glanced at her comrades, her chest rising and falling with anxious breaths, her jaw set tight, the battle already raging within her. "Do you think about it?" she asked suddenly, voice low, almost lost in the cacophony. "About dying?" There was no pretense, no bravado in her voice, just raw, unadulterated truth. "What if we fail? What if we never get to see the sun rise again?" The question hung in the air, heavy and laden with possibility. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that we would win, that the gods favored our cause, but I couldn't. Instead, we stood together, a pair of terrified warriors bound by the same fate, two hearts beating in sync with the pulse of the earth beneath us. Then it began, the thunder of hooves, the clash of metal, the cries of warriors rushing toward each other, a symphony of violence that rattled my bones. The Nubians surged forth, their formation fluid like water, a powerful wave crashing against the rocky shore of our defenses. I gripped my spear, heart racing, the world around me blurring into chaos. "Hold the line!" Amos shouted, his voice cutting through the din. The weight of command hung heavy on his shoulders, but I could see the fear seeping into his resolve. Would it be enough? Would we stand together, or would we crumble beneath the weight of their numbers? Kerma was a blur of motion, weaving between foes with an elegance that belied the brutality of the battle. I could feel her energy, a whirlwind of fury and grace, even as I stumbled through the fray, each swing of my spear fueled by desperation. I remembered my brother's laughter. Would he laugh at my folly now? I felt it, the shift in the air, the palpable moment when hope began to falter. I saw a Nubian warrior towering above me, face twisted with rage, a weapon raised high. Time slowed, the world fading to a single point, and suddenly, I was back in that dream, my brother laughing, the sun warm on our faces. I could almost reach out to him, but then the blade came crashing down. Pain ignited through my side, a fiery serpent coiling around my waist. I gasped, vision blurring, the battlefield morphing into a surreal nightmare of blood and screams. I fell to the ground, the weight of despair pressing down on me. I saw Kia, her gaze frantic, fighting toward me through the throng, fighting against the tide. "Stay with me," she shouted, her voice a lifeline tethered to my fading consciousness. But the world twisted, darkness creeping in, shadows dancing just beyond my reach. I remember the smell of earth and sweat, the metallic tang of blood mingling with the sweat of desperation. As the battle raged on, the last flickers of light slipping away, I felt the bond between us all, the fear, the love, the immense weight of our choices, our lives intertwining in this moment of chaos. In the heart of fury, we were all just fragments of something larger, a tapestry woven from the strands of our existence, and as I slipped into oblivion, I knew that this battle, this clash of spirits, would echo through the ages, whispering of courage and heartache, of dreams unfulfilled and destinies intertwined. And in that moment, I let go, surrendering to the chaos that would forever mark our souls. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and fear, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. The sun sank low, painting the horizon in hues of blood red and bruised purple, as Ramesses II stood, a titan against the canvas of chaos. The clash of iron rang out like a death knell. War cries pierced the dusk, a cacophony of anguish and defiance. He could feel the pulse of his warriors, a living thing, thrumming through the ground beneath his feet, and yet, it felt like a fevered dream, a nightmare that clawed at the edges of his sanity, urging him to wake, to escape. I remember the first time I saw the brutality of war, how it entangled itself around my heart, twisted my soul. The Nubians were fierce, their eyes gleaming with a fire that bordered on madness. They were not mere foes, they were reflections of my fears, of what I could become if I let the hunger for conquest consume me. The haunting specter of my father hovered in the recesses of my mind, his voice laced with disappointment. "Be more than a conqueror, my son," he would whisper in the shadows of my memory. But here, in the fray, all I felt was the weight of an empire pressing down on my shoulders. Among the chaos, I caught sight of Amunet, a warrior woman, her face streaked with the grime of battle and a fierce determination that ignited my own resolve. She fought not just for her people but for something deeper, a legacy entwined with her own blood. I seen how her breath hitched as she struck down an enemy, her eyes flickering with a tumult of triumph and despair. I wanted to reach for her, pull her back from the abyss where glory mingled with grief. But what could I offer? I was a king, a figurehead draped in gold, yet my heart was shackled, a prisoner of duty. "Ramesses," she shouted, her voice cutting through the din, "what are we fighting for?" Her words, like arrows, struck at the core of my being. Is it power, or the souls we leave behind? The question echoed in my mind, taunting me, trailing behind my every step. As the Nubians surged forward, their war cries reverberated like thunder. I felt the adrenaline racing through my veins, igniting a primal urge to fight, to claim what was rightfully mine. Yet, every swing of my sword felt like a betrayal, a severing of bonds I had yet to fully understand. The battlefield became a theater of shadows, the dying whispers of the fallen rising like specters around me. Each face I struck down was a reminder of the humanity I was sacrificing. I remember the look in their eyes, the realization that they were alive, just like me, in their own stories, their own struggles. But duty calls, does it not? The crown weighed heavy, a constant reminder of my responsibilities. I was Ramesses, the pharaoh, the embodiment of divine rule. My legacy demanded conquest, it demanded victories painted in the blood of my enemies. And yet, each victory felt like a hollow triumph, an echo of the ghosts that would haunt me long after the swords were sheathed. In the corner of the battlefield, I saw King Warsid, my brother, his face contorted with rage and sorrow. He had always been the one to see beyond the bloodshed, to question the very foundation of our lineage. Rameses, he called, anguish lacing his tone. We are becoming the monsters we were always told to fear. The anguish in his voice struck me like a dagger. Did he not understand? The empire demanded loyalty, demanded sacrifice. But at what cost? I remember the way the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the dying. Each silhouette stretched out like a warning, reminders of the lives we were erasing. We are not gods, I whispered into the silence that followed. My voice trembled, the weight of my confession slipping into the void. We are flesh and blood, mere echoes of a greater conflict. And then, the charge came. The Nubians, fueled by desperation, surged toward us with a ferocity that chilled my bones. I fought, my heart pounding like war drums, feeling the adrenaline as I clashed with the first of them. Each blow sent shockwaves through my body, and with every swing of my sword, I danced on the precipice of life and death. Fear mingled with exhilaration, it was a deadly ballet, an intoxicating spiral of chaos and glory. Amunet fell beside me, her eyes wide with shock, her breath fading as the life ebbed from her frame. Rameses, she gasped, her voice a fragile thread, remember us. Those words pierced me, an arrow of truth that found its mark. I could not forget, I would never forget. As I knelt beside her, I could feel the pulse of her life slipping away, like grains of sand through my fingers. Fight for us, she breathed, her vision clouding. Fight for the stories we'll never tell. In that moment, time froze. The world around me blurred, and I was consumed by the enormity of it all, the weight of ambition, the cries of my fallen, the dreams that would never be realized. I tasted the salt of my tears, mingling with the dust of the battlefield, and I felt the ghosts of the past rising, swirling around me like a tempest. Would I ever find the balance between legacy and humanity? The night descended, wrapping the battlefield in an eerie silence, as if the universe itself held its breath. Shadows danced among the corpses, and the stars above seemed to weep for the blood spilled in the name of glory. I was left standing, heart heavy, a king amidst the ruins of dreams, a conqueror haunted by the weight of what it meant to claim. The Nubian campaigns were far from over, and my legacy loomed large, like a spectre on the horizon. I remember the first time I felt the true weight of power, and yet here I stand, a king forged in the fires of conflict but shackled by the souls I could never save. The battle raged on, but I was no longer fighting for conquest, I was fighting for redemption. The sun dipped low, spilling blood-red light across the barren plains of Nubia. I could taste the ash and the dust on my tongue, thickening the air, a foreboding reminder of the violence that was about to unfold. The distant drumbeats of war were a pulse beneath the ground, a throbbing heartbeat that synchronized with my own. I could feel it in an eerie silence before the storm, every nerve in my body prickling with the anticipation of chaos. The chariots stood like sentinels, menacing and proud, their wheels gleaming like teeth prepared to carve through the flesh of our enemies. And then I saw her, wry, fierce and wild, her hair a dark storm cloud swirling around her face, eyes aflame with a mix of fear and a bloodthirsty resolve. She gripped the reins tightly, knuckles white, as if the very leather could anchor her to sanity. I remembered the stories we shared when we were children, tales of glory and conquest, of chariots that soared over the earth, bringing victory as easy as breathing. But those stories felt like ghosts now, whispering promises that evaporated into the chilling evening air. "Are you ready?" I shouted, the wind snatching my words away before they could reach her. My heart pounded in my chest, the beat a frantic reminder of my own vulnerability in the face of war. Rai turned to me, her expression a battleground of longing and doubt, and for a moment, time stretched thin, like the last thread of a well-worn dream. "I remember when we swore to fight side by side, to be invincible." She laughed, but it sounded hollow, a fragile shell hiding the terror lurking beneath. "But here we are, on the brink of madness. Are we still those children?" The chariots shifted, creaking like the bones of ancient giants awakening from a deep slumber. I could almost hear their whispers, the lament of the past echoing through metal and wood. The looming presence of war was a heavy cloak, draped unkindly over our shoulders. Then there was Kerma, our fearless commander, his stature a commanding wave that rose above the chaos, a lighthouse in the fog of uncertainty. He had known losses that carved deeper than any wound, a brother fallen, a mother's tears that stained his heart forever. He stood beside us, a pillar of strength, yet the shadows under his eyes betrayed the weight he bore. "They will come for us, and we must be ready," he said, voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of desperation. The raw intensity in his gaze pierced through me, igniting a flame of courage I didn't know existed. But the flame was flickering, like a candle in a storm, and I could feel the winds of doubt whispering sweetly in my ear. I could see the horizon darkening, the silhouettes of the enemy chariots approaching, ghosts of our nightmares come to life. Each wheel thudded against the earth, a drumbeat of death that resonated deep in my bones. I felt the weight of history press against me, the lives that had been lost over land, power, and pride. In the clash of chariots, I feared we would become just another echo in the vastness of time. "Remember our dreams," Rai shouted, her voice a battle cry that cut through the fear. "The stars, they promised us greatness. We are not just soldiers, we are legends waiting to be forged in fire." A chilling smile broke across Kemo's face, a fierce determination emerging from the depths of his soul. "Then let the fire cleanse us," he roared, and it reverberated through the gathered warriors, igniting a fire that spread through the ranks like wildfire, consuming fear and despair. The world narrowed to the horizon, the encroaching chariots, and the pounding of my heart. The air was electric, charged with a mix of adrenaline and terror, and I gripped my spear as if it was my only lifeline amid the storm. I could hear the whispers of ancestors urging me forward, feel their presence like shadows brushing my skin, a reminder of the blood that had been spilled, the stories that begged to be written anew. Then, they were upon us, chariots crashing, wheels whirling like furious tornadoes, hooves pounding the earth with a fury that shook the very fabric of our existence. The clash of metal against metal echoed like thunder, a cacophony that rang in my ears and rattled my soul. I fought alongside Rai and Kemo, our movement synchronized, 3 bodies moving as one, hearts pounding together. Each thrust of my spear was an extension of my very being, every shout a desperate plea to the cosmos, each breath a promise to those who had fallen before us. But amid the chaos, I saw Kemo falter, his chariot colliding with another. My heart seized, a raw panic coursing through me as I watched him struggle against the tide of chaos. "Kemo!" I screamed, a fragment of my soul shattering at the sight. The world around me blurred as I charged toward him, desperation fueling my every step. "Keep fighting," he shouted back, his voice a lifeline in the fury. But the moment stretched, his eyes locked onto mine, 1,000 unspoken words hanging in the air. I felt the weight of fate, the slippery nature of time, and my body surged with purpose, driven by a promise I had made long ago. In that moment, I realized that the chariots were not just vehicles of war, they were vessels of dreams, carrying our hopes and fears, our triumphs and tragedies. They were a testament to our existence, and I knew, as I fought alongside my friends, that we were more than just warriors, we were the heartbeat of history, intertwined with the very fabric of the earth beneath us. The battle raged on, an endless cycle of pain and glory, and in that whirlwind of chaos, we became legends, flawed, beautiful, fragile, yet utterly unstoppable. As the silhouettes of chariots danced against the burning sky, I understood that this was only the beginning, a chapter woven into the grand tapestry of time, and there was no turning back now. The shadows clung to the walls of the crumbling fortress like desperate souls, whispering secrets and promises that hung heavy in the air, as the moonlight wept through the cracks. A low rumble echoed, the kind that makes your heart quicken and your breath hitch. It's the sound of drums, calling, thundering, igniting the fire in the bellies of those who had waited too long, too silently. The night was alive with tension, every heartbeat resonating with the collective pulse of a people stirred from their slumber. I remember the first time I saw her, Amina, fierce as a lioness, standing defiantly at the edge of the encampment, framed by flickering torches that danced like anxious spirits. Her eyes were tempestuous, storms waiting to break. "Tonight," she whispered, voice sharp like a dagger, "we claim our ground." I felt the weight of her words settle in the pit of my stomach, a mix of dread and exhilaration. But Amina wasn't the only one. There was Idris, a man torn between fear and hope, caught in the chains of his own making. I remember how he stood to the side, hands trembling, fingers raking through unkempt hair, haunted by the faces of his ancestors. "If we fail," he murmured, and his voice broke like glass, the fragility of his resolve laid bare. What haunted him wasn't just the fear of losing a battle, it was the weight of history, the burden of generations who had fought and faltered. "They'll remember us as fools," he said, and I could feel the chill of that thought wrap around my spine. The night wore on, thick with foreboding. I remember the stars overhead, distant yet pressing, like the weight of a million eyes watching, judging, waiting for us to move. Each pulse of the drum echoed the heartbeat of our resolve, an anthem for the restless. The scent of burning wood and sweat filled the air, a reminder of what was at stake, the very essence of our identity, our spirit, our land. Then came the cries from the dark, voices that were a symphony of defiance. Men and women emerged from the shadows, faces painted with the stories of their ancestors. They were not just bodies, they were vessels of rage, of love, of dreams long forgotten. "We are the guardians of the Nile," Amina shouted, her voice cutting through the night like a blade drawn against tyranny. "We are the fire that will not die." I could feel the heat rising in my chest, a flame kindled by the fear of the past and the hope of the future. But tension crackled in the air, a promise of violence that hung like a guillotine ready to drop. I glanced at Idris, and I saw the conflict in his eyes, a man caught between the chains of caution and the blazing inferno of rebellion. "What if our cries are met with silence?" he breathed, voice quaking. "Silence." Amina spat, her fury igniting the night. "No. Silence is the death of our legacy. We will not be whispered away." Her words struck a chord, vibrating through the marrow of our collective bones, a battle cry that resonated with every fiber of our being. I remember feeling the electricity in the air, a tangible force urging us forward, promising that we were not alone. As the drums danced faster, so did the shadows. We moved as one, a wave of bodies surging toward the heart of darkness, where the enemy awaited, cloaked in steel and arrogance. I could hear the clash of metal in the distance, the chaos spiraling into a maelstrom of fear and excitement. We were not just fighting for land, we were fighting for our souls, for the very essence of what it meant to be Nubian. Amina led us, fierce and unwavering, cutting through the throng with a spirit that was both terrifying and captivating. I watched as she swung her weapon like a woman possessed, her passion fueling every strike. But I also saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes when confronted with the harshness of reality. I remember the moment she stumbled, breathless, and the world seemed to slow. "We can't lose," she whispered, desperation seeping through the cracks of her armor. "You won't lose," I urged, taking a step forward, the agony of uncertainty clawing at my heart. "We will not let your dream die." Yet even as the words left my lips, I felt the weight of the world press down, the ghost of failure looming. The clash of swords rang out like thunder, a cacophony of despair and defiance. Idris fought valiantly, his heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos, yet I saw the shadows of doubt creeping in, whispering insidious thoughts. What if this is madness? He wondered aloud, his voice barely rising above the clamor. What if we are the fools who dared to dream? But then came a moment that shattered the air. Amina, blooded but unbowed, her spirit a raging tempest. I felt my heart soar, an impossible hope ignited within me. "Look around," she screamed, voice echoing through the battlefield. "This is not madness, this is our destiny." And in that instant, I could see it. I could feel it. We were not lost, we were fierce, unrelenting. Each clash of metal was a testament to our pain, our history, our refusal to be silenced. We fought for the echoes of our ancestors, for the dreams they had woven into the very fabric of our land. But the question loomed larger now: what would become of us when the dust settled? As the night spiraled into chaos, I felt the weight of uncertainty wrap around me, a vice tightening with every strike, every cry. Victory seemed tantalizingly close, yet so far. The moon hung overhead, a silent witness to our struggle, its cold light casting long shadows that danced like specters across the battlefield. I remember the faces of my people, contorted with rage and fear, and I knew this was our moment. We were more than warriors, we were ghosts of the past, burning with the fire of the future. But as the battle raged on, one question echoed in the depths of my soul: at what cost? The gnarled hands of the clock ticked away like the slow, relentless beat of a war drum. In the heart of the Nubian valley, a pall of dust hung in the air, thick and choking, mingling with the bitter cries of mothers searching for their children. The sun was a cruel overseer, casting long shadows over the desolation. I stood there, heart pounding, witnessing the last remnants of a once vibrant culture, caught in the grip of chaos, a world turned inside out. The smell of smoke and blood intertwined, a sickly perfume of despair, wrapping around me like an unwanted embrace. I remember the laughter of my brother, Yosef, once a beacon of hope in our family. Now, it echoed in my mind, a cruel reminder of the joy that had been shredded under the weight of war. Yosef had always dreamt of becoming a healer, a savior in our community. But now, as I searched the ruins of our home, I could only see the scattered remnants of his dreams, torn books, broken potions, and the empty space where his laughter used to fill the air. "Where are you?" I called into the void, my voice cracking under the weight of my fear. The silence was deafening, a monstrous thing that swallowed my words whole. Each second stretched, time mocking me like a cruel jest. The world around me faded, reduced to the chaos of scattered lives and broken spirits. The war had not just taken lives, it had ripped apart the very fabric of who we were. And then there was Amina, my childhood friend, a firebrand with a heart of gold and an unyielding spirit. I had watched as she transformed from a girl who danced under the stars into a woman shaped by the brutality of survival. She fought fiercely against the darkness encroaching on our lives, her fists clenched in defiance, her eyes ablaze with resolve. We had shared dreams of a future painted in vibrant colors, but now all we could see were the shades of gray that war had cast upon us. I remember the first night the soldiers arrived, their boots heavy on the earth, drowning out the songs of the night. They stormed into our village, their shouts piercing the air like daggers. Amina stood tall, a warrior even in her fear, and I felt a surge of admiration mixed with dread. "They can't take us," she shouted, voice raw. "We are Nubians. We will not bow." But I saw her falter, just for a moment, as the first shot rang out, a sound that shattered innocence and replaced it with a haunting dread. I could see the fear creeping into her eyes, and it mirrored my own. I remember thinking, how could we fight against shadows? Against the ghosts of our own culture, slipping through our fingers like sand? The night stretched on, filled with the ghostly sounds of war, gunfire, screams, and the distant wails of the broken-hearted. Our village transformed into a graveyard of dreams, where laughter was replaced by an eerie silence, where hope was a flickering candle, threatened by the winds of despair. Amina and I would huddle together, whispering stories of the past, trying to tether ourselves to memories that felt more and more like dreams, ghosts of laughter, of love, of life before the war. "Do you remember the river?" she asked one night, her voice trembling but resolute, when we would splash through the water, letting the current carry us away. I remembered. I remember the cool water wrapping around us like a mother's embrace, the sun glinting off the surface like 1,000 tiny stars. In those moments, the world felt infinite, untouched by the horrors that now clawed at our door. "Those days are gone," I whispered, my heart aching. "Everything has changed." Her eyes flared with stubborn defiance. "No. They may take our homes, our peace, but they can't take our spirit. We are more than this." But with each passing day, with each heartbeat echoing in the silence, I felt my own spirit waning. I saw families shattered, traditions lost in the smoke of destruction. The rhythm of our lives had been disrupted, replaced by the jarring notes of grief and loss. Then one fateful night, the soldiers came again, and the air crackled with an electric tension that felt almost alive. Amina took my hand, her grip fierce and unyielding, as we stood together in the darkness, hearts racing like wild horses. "We face this together," she vowed, her voice a steady flame against the encroaching shadows. But as the confrontations escalated outside, I couldn't shake the feeling of inevitability creeping in. I remembered the tales of our ancestors, warriors who fought with honor, who stood tall against the mountains of fear. Yet here we were, two girls grasping at straws in a storm, with dreams wrapped in fear and heartbreak. "Keep your heart steady," Amina urged, but I felt my chest tighten, anxiety squeezing like a vice. And then it happened. The clash of metal against metal, the screams piercing through the night, they echoed like the cries of our ancestors, summoning us to remember who we were amidst the chaos. We ran into the fray, hearts pounding, bodies moving on instinct. I saw the flicker of hope in Amina's eyes, and for a moment, it fueled my own. The world became a whirlwind of emotions, fear mingled with defiance, pain intertwined with a desperate hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we could rise from the ashes of destruction. I remember the moment it all crystallized, the air thick with tension, the cries of our people piercing through the darkness. We were not merely survivors, we were the embodiment of a culture that refused to be extinguished. The shadows closed in, but in that moment, I felt something shift. No, we would not bow. Not to the darkness, not to despair. As the confrontation escalated, I held onto Amina's hand tighter, our hearts beating as one, a rhythm of defiance against the chaos that sought to consume us. In that stifling moment, as the memories of our childhood flooded back, the river, the laughter, the dreams of a vibrant future, I felt the weight of war begin to lift, if only slightly. In the heart of despair, hope flickered like a candle against the night, fragile, but alive. And as the battle raged on, I could almost hear the whispers of our ancestors, urging us to remember that we were more than the sum of our losses. We were Nubians, proud, resilient, and unyielding. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red pallor over the sprawling lands of Kush, where the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and despair. I could hear the distant clash of metal, the desperate cries of men, and the haunting echoes of a once great kingdom crumbling under the unbearable weight of ambition. My heart raced, dread clawed at my chest as if I were standing at the precipice of eternity, peering into the abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. I remember the moment the soldiers arrived. I was in the market, bartering for pomegranates, my hand stained crimson with their juice, blissfully unaware of the storm gathering on the horizon. There was a laughter about us, a flicker of joy in the mundane, until it shattered like pottery against stone. Shouts rang out, piercing the veil of normalcy. The people froze, faces pale with disbelief, eyes wide with terror. I could see them, the Egyptian soldiers, marching like a tide of iron and fury, their armor glinting ominously in the fading light. They were not just soldiers, they were harbingers of doom, wrapping their fingers around the throat of our beloved Kush. Menker, my brother, stood beside me, his fists clenched, knuckles white against the chaos, the very embodiment of defiance. "We will not bow," he hissed, but I felt the tremor in his voice, the fear disguised as bravery. He was a warrior, a protector, yet the weight of impending defeat bore down on him, and I felt the heat of his resolve flickering, threatening to extinguish. He had always been my shield, but now his heart was a battlefield. "We will fight," he repeated, but I could see the cracks in his facade. I wished I could reach out, to soothe the storm within him, but words failed me, trapped by the encroaching darkness. Then there was Amina, our neighbor, her eyes wide with the terror of 1,000 unspoken fears. Just moments before the soldiers descended, she had been weaving a basket, the simple act a reflection of her strength and resilience. But now, that same basket lay forgotten, trampled underfoot, a symbol of all that was about to be lost. I watched her chest rise and fall, the rhythm of her breath quickening as the first cries of the wounded filled the air, a haunting melody of anguish. She was a mother, a daughter, and now she was a woman on the edge, teetering between hope and despair. "They will take everything from us," she whispered, her voice trembling, as if the very act of speaking could summon the dark forces at play. I remember the sun setting, the horizon bleeding into hues of orange and purple, as if the world itself was mourning for us, for the kingdom of Kush, for the lives that would soon be lost. The air was thick with the tang of sweat and fear, each heartbeat loud and insistent, echoing the frantic rhythm of a kingdom on the brink of collapse. The soldiers were nearing, their presence suffocating, like a vice tightening around our very souls. I felt it in my bones. This was not just a fight for land, but a battle for our identity, our very essence. Suddenly, the first clash of swords rang out. The world around me exploded into chaos, a cacophony of screams and the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground. Menker surged forward, his muscles taut, eyes ablaze with a ferocity that drew me in, yet terrified me. I wanted to call him back, to pull him away from the edge of oblivion, but the words stuck in my throat, trapped beneath the weight of inevitability. I felt a deep chasm open within me, a fear of losing him, of watching the light dim from his eyes. Would he be another ghost lost to the sands of time? Amina's cry pierced through the madness as she stumbled, a soldier's hand reaching for her, tainted with the promise of violence. I was paralyzed, caught in the web of horror and helplessness. Time slowed, the chaos around us a blur, and the world narrowed to that single moment, her outstretched hand, the soldier's unyielding grip. The air crackled with electricity, and in that heartbeat, I felt the weight of every unfulfilled dream, of every story left untold. I wanted to scream, to lash out, to challenge fate, but all I could do was watch as the shadows of despair closed in. Menka's roar broke through the haze, fierce and unrelenting. He plunged into the fray, a whirlwind of fury, striking out against the invaders as if he were a storm unleashed upon the world. The clash of steel rang through the air, each strike an echo of our desperate pleas. My heart pounded in my chest, a drumbeat of dread and hope, a symphony of pain as I watched him fight with everything he had, channeling the spirit of our ancestors through every swing of his sword. But the tide was against us, and I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt creeping in as he faced overwhelming odds. The battlefield became a canvas of blood and sorrow, painted with the brush of desperation. I wanted to fight, to join my brother, to defend our home, but my limbs felt heavy, shackled by a sorrow that settled deep in my bones. Amina was pulling away, the soldier was closing in, and I was lost in the tumult of battle, lost in the screams that twisted through the air like a serpent of despair, coiling tighter around our hearts. As night descended, the shadows grew longer, and the world turned into a nightmare. The cries of the fallen mingled with the laughter of the victors, a grotesque symphony that played on repeat in my mind. I remember the moment I lost hope, when the laughter of the Egyptian soldiers filled the void where our dreams used to reside. I remember the pain of knowing that the kingdom of Kush was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand, and with it, our identity, our legacy, our very souls. And thus, within the darkness, as the flames flickered and the shadows danced, I realized this was not merely a battle for land, it was a war for our memories, for the whispers of our ancestors that echoed in the corners of the night. And as the last flicker of hope faded, I understood that this was just the beginning, a prologue to a deeper suffering yet to come, a haunting that would linger in the hearts of those who remained. The echoes of this night would follow us into the dawn, and the kingdom of Kush would never be the same. The air crackles with tension, heavy and thick, as if the very atmosphere holds its breath. I can see them, the Nubian captives, standing in a line like twisted shadows under the unforgiving sun. Their eyes reflect a haunting mixture of defiance and despair, whispering stories of a land far away, where the Nile's embrace is smooth and familiar, not a chain that drags them into the unknown depths of Egypt. The clanking of chains is deafening, every sound an echo of loss, a scream that reverberates in my bones. I remember the moment before the storm, when the world was still. A flicker of hope danced in the eyes of Amani, a woman who once wore the sun like a crown. Now, her hair is a wild tangle, her spirit tethered to the ground by the weight of captivity. She stares straight ahead, refusing to blink, as if by sheer will, she can erase the sights of her new reality. They say eyes are windows to the soul. Amani's windows are shattered, each glimmer of light replaced with shadows of what used to be. Beside her is Tariq, his once proud stance now crumpled under the burden of shame. He was a warrior, a protector of his people, and yet here he is, stripped of dignity, reduced to a mere object. The sun reflects off the metal collar around his neck, an unforgiving reminder of his failure. I see the conflict swirling within him, a tempest of rage and sorrow. He has lost everything, yet somehow, he still fights. The fire inside him flickers like a dying flame, each breath drawing him further into the darkness, yet refusing to let go. As they are herded through the marketplace, the cacophony of life swirls around them, laughter, shouts, the rhythmic clanging of metal against metal. A stark contrast to the silence that envelops their sorrow. I remember once walking these streets, the vibrancy breathing life into mundane existence. But now, every joyous cry feels like a dagger, each smile a cruel mockery. Do you remember the stars? Amani's voice cuts through the noise, breaking the spell of fear for a brief second. At night, they danced above us, a blanket of promises. She stares at the sky, her eyes glistening with tears unshed. Now, they are veiled by this cursed land. Her words tumble out like stones, heavy with the weight of longing. Tariq clenches his fists, the skin around his knuckles turning white. I remember them too, he whispers. But I do not forget how the moon watched over us like a mother. It is because of that light I am still here. There's a raw intensity, a bond forged in despair, as they cling to their memories, holding them like fragile whispers against the harshness surrounding them. And then, like a knife slicing through the air, the captain of their captors looms in front of them, a grotesque figure whose laughter echoes like thunder. He beckons with a wave that sends shivers down my spine. You will learn to serve. Your bodies are now vessels for our pleasure, he bellows, the words dripping with malice. It's a promise wrapped in chains, a binding that holds them captive in body and spirit. Time bends like the wind, slipping away, and I feel the tension coil tighter in my chest as I watch Amani's defiance flicker like a flame about to be extinguished. I will never serve, she spits, her voice a sharp contrast to the submission expected of her. I am not a thing. The words hang in the air, a fragile declaration of war against the inevitable. In the eyes of the Egyptian traders, I see the flicker of amusement, how they delight in her spirit, like wolves circling a wounded deer. Tariq's breath hitches, caught between pride and the fear of losing her to the darkness that surrounds them. Amani, he pleads, desperation lacing his voice. Don't provoke them. We need to survive. But Amani merely shakes her head, a defiance a shield against the encroaching despair. The air thickens, and I can taste the tension, metal and blood. The marketplace blurs, the clamor fading into a haunting silence. I can see the past and the future colliding, moments stretching like shadows against a dying sun. The captive's torment is palpable, it vibrates in the air, curling around my heart like a vice. I remember the tales whispered in hushed tones, the stories of Nubia, of fierce warriors and fertile lands, of dreams woven into the very fabric of the earth. A history rich and alive, now reduced to echoes trapped in an unforgiving present. Each heartbeat is a reminder of time slipping away, of lives unraveling under the weight of another's greed. And then it happens, a flicker of movement, a sudden surge of chaos as Tariq lunges forward, an instinctual act of defiance sparked by desperation. His voice rises, a battle cry that shatters the stillness, we are more than your slaves. The words explode through the marketplace, igniting a fire in the hearts of the onlookers. Amani's breath catches, her eyes wide with shock, admiration, and fear. Tariq! No, she cries, the word tumbling from her lips like a prayer. But it's too late, the shadows of their captors descend upon them, the weight of their fury a dark curtain drawn across the fragile light of rebellion. I feel their pain as the chains tighten around their spirits, a visceral ache echoing through the very fabric of existence. Each blow lands not just on flesh, but on the dreams they dared to hold onto. The crowd gasps, some frozen in horror, others leaning closer, thrill-seekers feeding on the suffering of others. As the chaos unfolds, I am pulled further into their world, a witness to the raw, unfiltered emotion that binds them together. I feel Tariq's heart racing in sync with my own, the fear and resolve intertwining, and I want to scream alongside Amani's defiance, to howl at the moon that once cradled their dreams. The scene blurs and shifts, a tapestry of pain and strength woven together by the threads of memory and hope. I can't look away, can't escape the impending doom that hangs in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. But even as the darkness encroaches, a glimmer remains, a whispered promise that flickers at the edges of despair. The question hangs heavy, will they succumb to the shadows, or will they rise, like the Nile that cuts through the land, carving paths through the stone? Time ticks away, the heartbeat of the universe echoing in the chaos, as the battle between despair and hope rages on, an unfinished tale suspended in the air, waiting for the next moment to unfold. The haunting sound of a distant drumbeat echoed through the night, reverberating against the stone walls like the heartbeat of an ancient god, foreboding and relentless. I stood there, heart racing, caught in the grip of a moment that felt suspended in time, as if the universe itself were holding its breath. Shadows danced under the flickering torches, painting the faces of the weary and the wounded, each visage a shard of humanity, each bruise a history untold. The Nubian Wars had begun, tearing through lives and landscapes like a tempest unleashed, and we were ensnared in its merciless grasp. I remember Amira, her eyes wide with fear yet glistening with a flicker of defiance. She was a flame in the darkness, her spirit unyielding despite the encroaching shadows. A fierce warrior, she had fought battles not just against the invading forces but within herself, struggling against the weight of expectations, the burden of past failures. The war had stripped away everything she once knew, her family, her home, her dreams. Now, she stood resolute, her hand gripping a rusted sword, her breath shallow but steady. "For my people," she whispered, a mantra laced with both hope and desperation. And then there was Malik, a merchant whose life had been defined by numbers and trade routes, now reduced to a haunted shell of the man he once was. The war had turned cities into graveyards, markets into ghost towns. He had lost everything, his wealth, his family, his identity, and yet, he clung to the remnants of his past like a sailor lost at sea, desperately searching for land. As the drumbeats intensified, he felt the weight of every transaction he had made, each deal echoing in his mind like a spectre, taunting him with memories of prosperity long gone. "I remember," he murmured, "the smell of spices, the laughter of children. Can you hear it?" But the laughter was drowned out by the thundering chaos of war. Around us, the air thickened with the acrid stench of smoke and desperation. The cries of the fallen mixed with the rustle of the winds, creating a symphony of sorrow that played in endless loops. It was a cacophony of despair, an ode to everything we had lost, and yet I felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline. There was something electric in the air, a promise of confrontation, of inevitable clash. Each heartbeat echoed within me, as if the world was urging me forward, deeper into the chaos. As the stars flickered like dying embers overhead, I caught a glimpse of the horizon, flames licking the sky, casting an eerie glow over the scene. The city of Nubia, once vibrant and teeming with life, was now a silhouette of devastation. Buildings crumbled like ancient relics, and the streets, once vibrant with trade, were now littered with the remnants of dreams. I felt Malik's gaze, heavy with sorrow, as he stared into the darkness, his heart breaking beneath the weight of loss. "This was once my empire," he whispered, the words a painful reminder that time waits for no man. I remember the flicker of hope that sparked between them, that fragile connection born of shared pain. Amira leaned closer to Malik, her voice a whisper as she spoke of rebellion, of rising from the ashes. "We cannot let them take our spirit. We are more than what they see." Her words cut through the air, sharp and true, igniting something fierce within us all. The fires of war raged around us, but in that moment, we were united, bound by the raw, unyielding desire to survive. But the reality of our situation loomed like a heavy fog, clinging to our thoughts. The consequences of this war were more than just the loss of lives, they bled into the economy, poisoning the very fabric of our existence. Markets collapsed, livelihoods shattered, and an entire way of life dangled precariously above an abyss of despair. I could almost taste the bitterness of it, thick on my tongue, as if the very earth beneath us mourned. "Do you remember," Malik said suddenly, his voice breaking the silence, "when a single piece of silk could buy a day's meal? Now, it's a question of survival. We barter with scraps." His eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering flames. "We are drowning in our own history, and the weight of it is crushing." In that moment, the world melted away, and all that remained was the three of us, Amira, Malik, and I, lost in the tempest of emotion swirling around us. The war had not just stolen our homes, it had stolen our very essence, our identity. I could feel the cold fingers of despair creeping in, wrapping around my heart, squeezing until it hurt. But still, beneath that sorrow, there was a fire, a fierce determination to reclaim what had been lost. The ground trembled as footsteps approached, a relentless tide of soldiers marching towards us, their armor clinking like chains of bondage. My breath quickened, a primal instinct urging me to flee, to hide from the storm that was about to erupt. Yet, in the heart of the chaos, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for our legacy, for the future that lay heavy upon our shoulders. "Together," I whispered, as if uttering a spell to ward off the encroaching darkness. Amira nodded, her expression fierce and resolute. Malik clenched his fists, the fire in his eyes igniting a flicker of hope. We were bound together by our wounds, and perhaps that was enough. The war raged on, but so did we, three souls entwined in a dance of despair and determination, our hearts pulsing in time with the rhythmic drumbeat of destiny. As the soldiers drew nearer, anticipation crackled in the air like static electricity, each heartbeat resonating with the promise of confrontation. The night held its breath, the world waiting for the clash of steel and the cries of the brave. And in that moment, within the storm of chaos, I understood, this was not merely a fight for survival, it was an assertion of our humanity, a declaration that we would not be silenced, no matter the cost. The drumbeats continued, relentless and merciless, and as we stood on the precipice of conflict, one truth resounded deep within us: we may be torn apart by war, but our spirit, forged in the fires of hardship, would rise, unstoppable and everlasting. The air crackled with tension, a living thing, as the sun began its slow descent behind the jagged horizon. Dust swirled in the thickening shadows, whispering secrets of the day's violence. A scream sliced through the silence, jagged and raw, echoing off the crumbling stone walls of the village, a cry that would haunt the night. I stood frozen, heart thundering in my chest, as the weight of fear wrapped around me like a shroud. I remember the taste of dust, gritty and metallic, coating my tongue as I clutched my sister's hand. Asha was always the brave one, her laughter ringing like silver bells, even under the harshest sun. But now, her wide eyes danced with terror as they flitted from shadow to shadow, searching for ghosts. "They're coming," she whispered, and the words were like a pebble dropped into a deep well, rippling outward, pulling me under. I wanted to believe that the stories our mother told us of women who fought alongside men, who held families together through every storm, would somehow protect us. But in that moment, I felt the frail nature of hope. My heart cracked open, spilling doubt like sand trickling through fingers. "We'll fight, won't we?" I stammered, the words feeling feeble, inadequate against the weight of the impending conflict. Asha turned to me, her voice trembling but fierce. "We have to. We are the heart of this place." I knew she believed it, but the world around us was crumbling, and the heart can only beat for so long when it's faced with such darkness. The night thickened, cloaked in fear and uncertainty, a terrain more treacherous than any battlefield. I could hear the distant clattering of hooves, the crunch of boots on parched earth. Each sound was a drumbeat marching us toward an inevitable reckoning, a confrontation that felt both intimate and monumental. As we took cover behind an old, gnarled tree, I caught sight of Fatima, our neighbor, her fierce spirit crackling like wildfire. She had a way of drawing people in, her laughter infectious, her courage palpable. But now, I saw fear etched into the lines of her face, the once bright spirit dimmed by the grim reality of our situation. She held her child tightly, a small bundle of life in a world that felt dead. "I remember when I thought conflict was just something we heard about in tales," she said, her voice trembling. "Now it's here, and it feels like a nightmare I can't wake from." I thought of the dreams we had shared, of peace and prosperity, of a future that seemed so clear and attainable. But now, dreams felt as distant as the stars, shimmering, beautiful, yet utterly out of reach. My heart sank as a deep realization washed over me. We were all caught in a web of fate, and the threads were fraying. The air turned electric, heavy with silence as we strained to hear the approaching chaos. Then, like a lightning bolt, it struck. Shouts erupted, tearing through the night. My body tensed as I felt the instinct to recoil, to hide, but Asha's grip tightened on my hand, grounding me. "Stay with me," she urged, her eyes fierce as flames. We moved closer to the others, huddling together, a makeshift family forged in fear. Within that circle, we shared a silent pact, a bond stronger than blood, ignited in the crucible of conflict. I caught a glimpse of Aisha, her face streaked with dirt, a war cry on her lips. She was a warrior, fierce and unyielding, yet among us all, she bore the greatest burden. Her husband had been taken by the marauders, and she carried the weight of loss like a stone around her neck. "If we survive this," she said fiercely, "we will remember. Our stories will not be silenced." I could see the fire in her eyes, a promise wrapped in desperation. It was a rallying cry, one that resonated through the marrow of my bones. I felt it, a swell of emotion, an echo of the women before us who had fought and bled for their families and their land. The chaos erupted around us, a cacophony of battle cries and the clash of metal. Hearts raced in rhythm with the unfolding storm, each beat a reminder that we were alive, that we mattered. Each clash of swords was a punctuation mark in a tragic story, each scream a testament of survival. Asha's hand squeezed mine again, her voice barely a whisper against the chaos. "We are stronger together." I nodded, feeling the pulse of unity surrounding us. In that moment, I wasn't just a sister, I was a protector, a shield for the ones I loved. As the battle raged, I glimpsed the shadows of women charging into the fray, wielding weapons with a grace that belied their fear. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, fierce spirits reclaiming their power amidst the madness. I felt the heat of their courage warming my soul, igniting a fire within me that I never knew existed. But just as quickly, that fire flickered. The world around us blurred into a whirlwind of chaos, faces emerging and vanishing like ghosts, cries piercing through the haze. I stumbled, the ground shifting beneath me, the air thick with smoke and blood. In that moment, I was all at once everything and nothing, a sister, a daughter, a warrior, and yet so achingly vulnerable. Time stretched like a taut string, moments becoming eternal as I searched for Asha, for Fatima, for Aisha. I remembered the stories of our mothers, their wisdom echoing in my ears, urging me to fight back, to hold on to the threads of hope. And just as darkness threatened to swallow me whole, a flicker of light pierced through, a vision of our home, laughter echoing through the halls, a place where love reigned supreme. It was a heartbeat, pulsing with life, reminding me that even in the grip of despair, we were unbreakable. In that swirling chaos, the weight of our collective story pressed down on us, binding us together. The battle became a dance, a visceral, chaotic ballet of survival, a testament to resilience. Through the darkness, I felt the spirit of every woman who had come before us, their whispers blending with my own. We were more than mere casualties of conflict. We were the heart of our society, the lifeblood coursing through its veins. And as the fight raged on, I felt the heartbeat of a new beginning, a reminder that while shadows may loom, the dawn always follows. With a roar of defiance, we surged together, united, the fury of our ancestors propelling us forward. As we stepped into the fray, I knew this was not just a fight for survival. This was a reclamation of our stories, our legacies, and our right to exist in a world that had tried to silence us. And in that moment, amidst the chaos and the heartache, I felt the weight of history pressing into the now, reminding me that the role of women in Nubian societies, especially during conflict, was not merely a footnote, but the very essence of what it means to endure. The moon hung low and heavy, a watchful eye in the velvet sky, casting pallid shadows over the sands where echoes of ancient voices still whispered. The air was thick with a tension that crackled like lightning in the distance, drawing me into the heart of a conflict centuries old, where the Nubian gods clashed with the pantheon of Egypt, each deity a titan of belief that loomed large over the lives of mortals. My heart raced, caught in the throes of a moment that felt both timeless and fleeting, where the past collided violently with the present. "Mother, don't go!" Yora's voice pierced the night, a fragile thread of desperation tugging at my soul. Her mother, Amina, stood at the edge of the river, the dark waters a mirror of the heavens above. I could see the shimmer of fear in Amina's eyes, a woman torn between the call of her ancestors and the world that threatened to consume her. This wasn't just a choice of faith, it was a battle for identity, a war within the flesh and spirit. The Nile whispered promises of resurrection and sanctuary, but the Nubian gods loomed in the shadows, their presence a reminder of a rich heritage that could not be forgotten. I remember the stories, Amina whispered, her breath hitching like a dying flame beneath the weight of her decision. Of the great river gods, the fierce protectors of our kin. They would never let us drown in silence. Yet, her gaze flickered toward the prying eyes of the Egyptian priests, cloaked in crimson and gold, their disdain palpable, a tangible thing that wrapped around her like a noose. The fear crackled in the air, suffocating, as she wrestled with the chasm between loyalty and survival. Yora, only a child yet bearing the weight of generations, clutched her mother's hand like a lifeline. But what if they're wrong? What if we are cursed? Her innocence hung heavy in the night, a bittersweet reminder of the fragility of belief. And there it was, the crux of their turmoil, a rift between what was known and what was feared. The Nubian traditions coursed through their veins like fire, yet the looming specter of Egyptian dominance threatened to extinguish their flame forever. "Curses are made of shadows," Amina replied, her voice barely more than a whisper, but it echoed with the ferocity of a storm. "They are the stories we tell ourselves." The shadows danced around her, a swirling vortex of doubt and faith, and I felt it, the weight of the ancestors, their breaths coaxing her to remember. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy, I thought, stifling a laugh, yet the absurdity of it was a momentary distraction from the suffocating air. Yet, history is unforgiving. In the heart of the chaos, there was a truth that sliced through the din. Nubian gods, fierce and relentless, had once ruled these lands with a tenacity that rivaled the Nile itself. Their stories intertwined with the very fabric of Egypt, a tapestry woven from blood and sweat, from love and loss. The Egyptians had borrowed, stolen, and transformed these beliefs, molding them like clay in their hands, but always beneath the surface lay the throbbing heart of Nubia, insistent, unyielding. The tension in the air crackled once more as the priest stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with authority and disdain. "You are misguided, woman," he spat, each word a dagger aimed at her resolve. "Your gods are ghosts, mere echoes in the wind. Bow before the true pharaohs." And there it was, the clash of ideologies, the sparks flying from each collision, igniting the dry tinder of history. It was a visceral reminder that belief was as much a battleground as the fields of war. Amina's heart swelled with a fierce determination, the embers of her ancestors igniting within her. I remember the nights spent under the stars, the stories of Ra and Aset, of warriors and lovers. They are not ghosts, they are the blood that courses through my veins. Her voice rose, each syllable resonating with the power of the gods, a symphony of defiance that rippled through the air. Yora watched, wide-eyed, as her mother transformed before her, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. Yet, doubt lingered in the edges of her spirit. What would it mean to defy the very foundation of her existence? The juxtaposition of faith and fear danced within her, pulling her apart like a taut string ready to snap. Would her defiance bring ruin or salvation? Would the spirits of her ancestors cradle her or leave her to drown? A myriad of questions flitted through her mind, each one a haunting whisper in the darkness. I felt it, too, the weight of that uncertainty, the visceral need for acceptance clashing with the raw desire for authenticity. History had taught me too well that the only constant was change, the only truth was the struggle. The Nubian beliefs, rich with symbols of life and rebirth, intertwined with Egyptian traditions in a complex embrace that was paradoxically beautiful and terrifying. I could see it all, the gods watching, waiting, as the two women stood at the precipice of decision. As the river flowed behind them, its murmur became the heartbeat of the universe, a reminder that time was both a friend and a foe, forever propelling us toward the inevitable. The stars flickered above, a witness to their plight, while the shadows continued to beckon, whispering secrets that only the night could hold. The confrontation loomed, a storm gathering strength, each character poised on the brink of their emotional climax, the weight of their choices rippling through the very fabric of existence. And then, in the silence that stretched like a taut string ready to snap, the world held its breath. Nothing could prepare them for the reckoning that lay ahead, a confrontation not just with the Egyptian priests but with the very essence of who they were. In that moment, all boundaries dissolved, the past and present knit together into a tapestry of fate, vibrant and raw, every thread steeped in emotion. This wasn't merely about Nubian religion and its influence, it was about the struggle for identity, the fight against erasure, the haunting call of the ancestors. It was a reminder that belief, like the tides of the Nile, could both nurture and destroy, and as I stood in that sacred moment, I knew that the essence of their journey would continue long after the echoes faded. The tension hung, thick and palpable, like an unspoken promise that the stories would never truly end, they would continue to flow, unbroken, like the river itself. The sun hangs low, a molten disk bleeding crimson on the horizon, and the air is thick with tension. The scent of smoke and scorched earth fills your lungs, and you can almost taste the fear rippling through the crowd. The people of Thebes stand frozen, their eyes wide, hearts pounding like war drums, as a figure emerges from the shadows, Nubian and fierce, a king without a crown, yet radiating power that dares to eclipse the fading sun of Egypt. His name is Pia, and he is not here for mercy, he has come for dominion. I remember the moment clearly, the heartbeat that reverberated through me like thunder. The empire I had watched grow and stretch across the sands was crumbling. I remember feeling the ground shake beneath my feet, the earth cracking like the facade of the mighty pharaohs. The whispers in the marketplace turned into gasps of horror, the once gilded statues of gods now looked down with pity upon their creators. I felt the weight of the world shifting, a cosmic dance of power, a Game of Thrones played in the dust. Pierre strides forward, resolute and bold, his dark skin gleaming like polished obsidian against the golden sands. I can see the fire in his eyes, a flicker that could ignite entire cities. He is the whisper of fate, calling forth the tides of change. But in the back of my mind, a nagging thought lingers, was this power or madness? Following him, a shadow lingers, Candake, a fierce warrior queen, draped in the vestiges of her once great past. Her heart is torn, caught between loyalty to her Nubian king and the love she once held for the gold and grandeur of Egypt. Her hands tremble as she clutches the hilt of her blade, her resolve wavering like the flame of a lantern in a storm. What have we become? She mutters under her breath, her words a silent prayer to the gods who have turned their backs on her. I remember her face, etched in turmoil, reflecting the torment of a land steeped in conflict. She recalls the nights spent on the banks of the Nile, where the water flowed with promises yet unfulfilled, where laughter danced on the wind. Now, it's all a memory, blistering and bittersweet, more ghost than flesh. The Nile has become a witness to her grief, and she is drowning in it. And there, amidst the chaos, a young boy named Anubis, his name a cruel twist of fate, stands paralyzed by the enormity of what is unfolding. He knows nothing of kings or crowns, only the crushing weight of survival. He carries a stone, smooth and heavy, a relic from a time when innocent laughter echoed through the streets. In his small hands, it feels like the world, and he grips it tighter as the ground shakes again, the tremors of history echoing in his soul. Why is this happening? He cries, a fragile voice cracking under the strain of 1,000 lives lost. I remember how his innocence was a knife to my heart, cutting through the layers of my cynicism. In that moment, I saw the future laid bare before me, a future built on the ruins of the past, where echoes of laughter have been replaced with the silence of despair. The air grows thick and heavy, and the Nubian soldiers advance like a tide, flowing over the remnants of Egyptian pride. I can feel the heartbeat of the battle, chaotic, erratic, syncopated with the rhythm of fear and desperation. We will not fall, the pharaoh's voice booms, but it is empty, hollow, echoing through the stone corridors of power that are crumbling like dry clay beneath the weight of history. Candake's heart races, caught in the maelstrom of duty and desire. She remembers the sweet whispers of her mother, tales of bravery and honor, but those tales feel like distant stars, twinkling in a sky she no longer recognizes. What have we lost? She breathes, her voice trembling, a prayer to the gods that might still hear her. Pierre stands before her, the embodiment of destiny, his presence eclipsing the remnants of her past. What is lost can be reclaimed, he intones, a promise woven with threads of desperation and ambition. But her heart knows the truth. The past is a ghost that can never be summoned back. She watches as the sun sinks lower, the golden hues turning to ash, a funeral for the empire that once was. And then, the moment strikes like lightning, the clash of metal, the roar of defiance, and Anubis, that small boy, raises his stone high, an act of rebellion against the tide of history. We will not be forgotten. His voice pierces the chaos, raw and unyielding, a spark of hope amidst despair. The soldiers pause, caught in the tide of emotion, and I feel the swell of something greater, a rebellion not just against kingship but against the very notion of power itself. The air crackles with tension, the beat of hearts thrumming like war drums, and I am there, breathless, watching as the lines between past and future blur. Through the chaos, the shadows dance, a cosmic performance of fate and free will, and I find myself lost in it all. What is it that binds us? Power? Love? Fear? Candake steps forward, her sword glinting in the dying light, an embodiment of the struggle between what is and what could be. We are more than this, she bellows, her voice rising above the din. The fear that once gripped her heart now transforms into a clarion call, a summoning of all that was lost, all that could still be. Pierre stands resolute, the embodiment of strength, yet within him, I sense a flicker of doubt. Is this truly the path to glory? Or is it merely a step toward a darker fate? The echoes of the past surround him, whispering of pride and brutality, as he forces himself to look into the eyes of the woman he cares for. Together, we will rise, he vows, yet I can see the flicker of uncertainty behind his fierce exterior. In that moment, as dusk settles over the land, dimming the once vibrant colors of Egypt, the realization dawns on me, this is not merely a clash of kings, it is a collision of destinies, where every heartbeat echoes with the weight of choice. The sun may set on an empire, but in the ashes of its fall, something new stirs, raw and unformed, and yet unmistakably alive. And as the shadows grow long and the night deepens, I feel the pulse of the cosmos, an infinite loop of despair and hope, a cycle that binds us all in its embrace. The stories we tell, the power we seek, the love we yearn for, these are the threads that weave the tapestry of existence, and I am left standing at the precipice of it all, breathless and haunted, knowing that this is merely the beginning of something neither bright nor dark, but impossibly alive. I remember the blood-red sun dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient sands of Egypt, where once powerful pharaohs roamed. The air crackled with tension, an electric whisper of unease. There was a storm brewing, not in the sky, but in the hearts of men. I stood on the precipice of history, feeling the weight of destinies colliding, my pulse quickening with every heartbeat. The cries of warriors echoed in the distance, a wailing chorus that threatened to drown out the very essence of life itself. Ankhesenamun, a queen caught in the tumult, her heart heavy with loyalty and fear, looked out over the Nile. The water shimmered, reflecting her own turmoil, life and death entwined in an eternal dance. She clutched the amulet around her neck, a symbol of her lineage, but it felt like a noose tightening with each passing moment. What if her lineage meant nothing in the face of invading shadows? The Nubian pharaohs, fierce and unyielding, surged forward, reclaiming what was once theirs. Their eyes held the fire of ancestors, their hearts beating as one with the land she loved. I remember the whispers of my father, she murmured, her voice barely a breath above the rustling papyrus. He spoke of duty, of strength. But this strength feels like a prison. Each word felt like a dagger, tearing through the veil of her heart, where love and warrior spirit battled fiercely, leaving scars that would never heal. Then there was Taharka, the Nubian pharaoh, draped in the golden hues of twilight, his presence both regal and terrifying. He paced the edge of his encampment, the fierce wind tousling his dark hair as if to mock him. His mind was a tempest, a swirling vortex of ambition, nostalgia, and the suffocating weight of responsibility. The voices of his ancestors haunted him, urging him onward, but what if victory meant the loss of his own soul? I remember my mother's lullabies, he thought, their haunting melody echoing in his mind. She sang of kings and warriors, but never of the price they paid. He glanced at his soldiers, young men with dreams and fears reflected in their eyes. They were not mere warriors, they were sons, brothers, and fathers, and the thought of leading them to their doom clawed at his insides like a wild beast. What glory was worth such pain? What legacy could justify the bloodshed? As the sun fell beneath the horizon, darkness crept in, wrapping the land in an eerie cloak. The night was alive with the rustling of ancient secrets as Ankhesenamun found herself drawn to the banks of the river. A fragile moment of clarity washed over her, and she knelt, dipping her fingers into the cool water, watching the ripples dance like spirits fleeing from a forgotten past. I remember the stories of the ancestors, she whispered to the night. They spoke of love, of unity, of strength in diversity, yet here we stand, divided by fear and pride. The Nile, a silent witness to her anguish, swelled with the weight of her unspoken fears. Her heart broke for her people, she felt their suffering resonate within her, a symphony of sorrow that echoed through the ages. But what was she, a mere queen, against the tides of history? In that moment, she felt the presence of the cosmos, as if the stars themselves bore witness to her plight. Time stood still, and she realized that the heart of the battle was not merely flesh and blood, but the very essence of what it means to be human, to love fiercely, to fight tenaciously, and to seek connection amid chaos. Then there was the clash, the inevitable collision of the Nubians and the remnants of the Egyptian dynasty. The ground trembled beneath their feet like the fury of gods awakened. Spears clanged, shields splintered, and in the cacophony of war, Ankhesenamun saw Taharka, his figure a beacon of fierceness, charging forward like a tempest unleashed. I remember the weight of the crown, he thought, his heart pounding like a war drum. The battlefield became a canvas of chaos and valor, each movement a brushstroke of life and death. Bodies fell like autumn leaves, yet he pressed on, fear clawing at his throat, whispering dark secrets of loss and despair. Will this blood paint my legacy, or will it drown me in its depths? Amid the maelstrom, there was a surge of realization, a haunting clarity enveloping them. Anka-Seneman, torn between love and duty, caught Taharka's gaze across the battlefield. Their eyes locked, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, the chaos faded into silence. She saw in him the reflection of her own fears and dreams, the weight of 1,000 histories intertwining in a single breath. I remember the stories of our kin, she screamed over the din, her voice a raw ribbon of desperation. We are not enemies. We are the echoes of a shared past. But her words were swallowed by the roaring tide of battle, drowned in a sea of blood and fury. And yet, in that moment of connection, something shifted. The world held its breath, poised on the precipice of change, and hope flickered like a fragile flame in the dark. But then, oh, the bitter irony, how quickly that flicker could die. The clash of steel rang out like a funeral bell, a reminder that no moment is ever truly safe. The skies darkened as the cries of the fallen rose like smoke into the heavens, merging with the stars above, the haunting melody of love, loss, and the unyielding march of time. In the end, the battle raged on, a relentless cycle of pain and purpose. The shadows deepened, and the echoes of history whispered through the ages. The weight of their choices, the burden of their legacies, lingered like a haunting spectre, always one step behind. I remember the heartbeat of the night, the weight of the past pressing down with unyielding force. As the tides of conflict surged, Anka-Seneman and Taharka stood at the crossroads of destiny, their hearts echoing like a drum, entwined in a story that would never truly end. The sands of time shifted beneath them, and the shadows danced, ever watchful. The war was far from over, it was merely the beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the sandy landscape. I could feel the heat radiating from the ground, a living thing, wrapping around me, demanding attention. In that moment, the air crackled with an unnameable tension, like the stillness before a storm, and I knew something was about to break. Moses stood before an ancient stone wall, its surface etched with the bold, fierce strokes of Nubian artistry. His heart raced, pounding like a war drum in his chest. He had always been an outsider, straddling two worlds, yet belonging fully to neither. The Nubian designs, with their swirling patterns and fierce animal figures, whispered to him, pulling at his very essence. They were a language he understood, but one he feared. He could sense the echo of ancient voices, the forgotten stories trapped in the stone, urging him to remember. I remember, he muttered, his voice barely rising above the wind. I remember the way the sun sets over the Nile, how it bleeds into the water, gold and crimson. But it was more than just memories, it was a call. A summons to confront the past that had chased him, a ghost that would not let him rest. Beside him, Miriam shifted nervously, her dark eyes darting to the horizon. She was fierce, a warrior in her own right, yet the weight of uncertainty pressed down on her shoulders like the burden of history. The ancient stone seemed to whisper her name, their thunderous silence amplifying the conflict within her. Moses, we shouldn't be here. This is dangerous. But danger had always been a seductive dance, enticing and terrifying all at once. Danger. Moses shot back, his words laced with a blend of fear and defiance. This is our history, Miriam. It's alive. Can't you feel it? He clenched his fists, knuckles white against the weight of their forebears' artistry. They had grown up together, two souls intertwined by the invisible threads of their lineage, yet the divide between them stretched wider than the Nile itself. The Nubian influence was palpable in the air, rich and laden with the promise of something more, but it was a complexity that terrified Miriam. I don't want to lose you to this obsession, she said, her voice trembling, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. I remember the stories, he pressed on, frustration boiling beneath his skin. The tales of kings and queens, of power and glory. The Nubians shaped Egypt, yet they are forgotten. I can't forget them. As if in response, the wind picked up, sending a chill down their spines, rustling through the trees like a warning. It felt like the spirits of their ancestors were watching, waiting for the right moment to break free from the shadows. The sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped them, wrapping them in a cloak of uncertainty. Miriam's heart raced. She wasn't afraid of the dark, she was afraid of what came with it, the ghosts of a culture that had flourished and then faded, leaving only fragments behind. They stood there, two figures against the encroaching night, trapped in a web of history and emotion. Every heartbeat echoed through the silence, a reminder of their own mortality, of the fleeting nature of legacy. Suddenly, a noise shattered the stillness, a rustling from the nearby brush. Moses jumped, adrenaline coursing through his veins. "What was that?" he hissed, eyes wide. "I don't know," Miriam breathed, fear creeping into her chest. "But we need to go." "Not yet," he insisted, his gaze locked on the stones. "This is bigger than us." The power of Nubian art surged within him like a tidal wave, challenging his resolve and binding him to the earth beneath his feet. The shadows seemed to twist and coil, alive, reflecting the ancient artistry that had once flourished here. "I remember," he whispered, almost to himself. "I remember standing on these grounds in dreams, feeling the pulse of the past beneath my feet." The stone walls loomed like sentinels around them, their presence both protective and oppressive. Miriam reached for his arm, grounding him in reality. "What if the past doesn't want to be remembered?" Her voice quivered with an emotion he couldn't quite place, fear. Sadness? Longing? What if it wants to consume us? And there it was, the heart of their conflict laid bare, the fear of forgetting versus the fear of being consumed by history. They were two sides of the same coin, and neither could escape the weight of their ancestry. Moses took a deep breath, feeling the air fill his lungs like a promise. "Then let it consume me," he said fiercely. "I refuse to let their story die. I refuse to let it drown in the sands of time." But Miriam's grip tightened, desperation clawing at her insides. "What if you lose yourself in the process?" And there it was, an echo of truth, a fear that kept them both awake at night. The Nubians had carved their legacy in stone, and now it was up to Moses to carve his own, yet he held her gaze, searching for a connection they both desperately needed. "Together, then," he said quietly, heart racing at the prospect. "Whatever comes, we face it together." In that moment, the darkness seemed to recede, if only for an instant. But it was a fragile promise, one that could shatter under the weight of history. The air thickened with an unresolved tension, a promise of confrontation that lingered, heavy like the scent of impending rain. I remember the stories, the colors, the shapes, the echoes of a civilization that had touched the divine, and the shadows they cast now, long and haunting. The ghosts of Nubia stirred, their artistry intertwining with their own, and the lines between past and present blurred into an inescapable whirlpool of emotion, desire, and fear. And just like that, the sun slipped away, leaving them in darkness, but in that darkness, something stirred, an awakening of history that promised to change everything. The Nubian influence loomed larger than life, an unstoppable force, and they were caught in its current, powerless but willing to ride the tide. The sky trembles above, darkened by the whispers of a storm. A single arrow, a cruel promise of death, pierces the air, its trajectory marked by fear and desperation. I stand on the precipice of chaos, heart pounding, the weight of 1,000 unsaid words echoing in my chest. The scent of earth and sweat mingles with the metallic tang of anticipation. The Nubian Wars are not just battles, they are a symphony of heartache and hope, and I am a witness, a reluctant player in this harrowing dance of diplomacy. I remember the first time I met Kerma, a soldier whose eyes told stories of loss. He stood before me, a statue of sinew and spirit, yet beneath the chiseled exterior, fear gnawed at him like a starving wolf. "Do you think they'll listen?" His voice trembled, a soft breeze amid the storm. We had been promised peace, yet here we were, swords drawn, hearts poised for betrayal. The air crackled with tension, each breath a reminder of what was at stake, not just land, but lives, dreams, and the fragile strands that bind us. A shadow flickered at the corner of my vision. It was Layla, the diplomat whose words could weave silk from shadows. She stood resolute, a candle flickering in a tempest. Her brow furrowed, lips pursed, the weight of her lineage heavy upon her. She was tasked with forging bonds amid the ruin, yet I could see the doubt lurking behind her fierce gaze. "Kerma, we can't afford to fight. We need their trust, their belief in something greater than war." The words fell from her lips like shards of glass, beautiful yet dangerous, a reminder that diplomacy was a double-edged sword. Around us, the armies rallied, a chorus of fierce cries and clattering steel. Each clang was a heartbeat, a reminder of the lives tangled in this web of conflict. I could feel the pulse of the land, every inch soaked in stories of betrayal, love, and ambition. I remember the way the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, as if the very earth mourned the inevitable clash that lay ahead. Trust, Kerma spat, his voice like gravel. Trust is a luxury we can't afford. I could see the flicker of anger beneath the surface, the struggle to maintain his humanity amid the chaos. He was a soldier, yes, but also a man caught between the need for survival and the longing for peace. And then it hit me, the unrelenting truth that wrapped itself around my heart like a vice. Diplomacy was not merely about negotiation, it was a battleground of emotions, an arena where the stakes were impossibly high. It demanded vulnerability in a world that thrived on strength. I was drowning in the irony of it all. Here we were, warriors dressed in fabric woven from ideals, wielding words sharper than swords. The winds howled, heralding the storm I feared. The commanders gathered, their voices rising like thunder, spitting fire and fury. This battle will decide our fate, they roared, each word a drumbeat in a march toward destruction. I watched as Layla stepped forward, a fragile figure against the tide of animosity. But at what cost, she implored, her voice trembling yet unwavering. We fight for our future, yes, but what future will remain if we destroy one another? Her words hung there, suspended in the air, vibrating with the intensity of her conviction. But the crowd swelled, hungry for blood, for vengeance. I could see the flickers of doubt in her eyes, the realization that sometimes, even the most eloquent words fall on deaf ears. And in that moment, I felt a profound sadness, the disconnect between those who wield swords and those who wield ideas, a chasm too vast to bridge. I remember the moment the war cries erupted, drowning out her pleas, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear. Kerma turned to me, his expression a mix of defiance and despair. We can't let them win. But win what? Was it honor? Land? Or the hollow echo of victory that would leave us with nothing but ghosts of what could have been? The clash of weapons ignited, a cacophony that shattered the silence. It felt like time had warped, each second stretching into eternity as I watched Layla's resolute stance falter. The ground shook beneath me as bodies collided, metal screamed against metal, and I could taste the bitterness of loss in the air. Layla was there, still standing, still hoping, but I could see her spirit fraying at the edges. Please, she cried, her voice a haunting melody lost in the discord. Can't you see? We can forge a new path, one that doesn't end with blood. But the fervor of the crowd was a tempest, and her voice was but a whisper against the storm. Kerma charged towards the fray, a raging fire amidst the shadows, his heart a war drum beating for the souls he believed he could save. I felt a tether pull tight within me, a connection that screamed for understanding, for a single thread of empathy in a tapestry woven from hatred. But how could I pull him back from the abyss? Don't go! I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat, but he was lost, consumed by the fury of the moment. I felt the weight of my own helplessness, an anchor in a sea of chaos. The cries of the wounded pierced the air, a symphony of suffering that echoed the futility of our choices. In that moment, I understood, the true battle was not fought on fields of blood, but within the hearts of men and women who dared to dream of peace. Time became an enemy, a relentless thief, stealing moments of clarity amid the chaos. As I watched Kerma plunge into the melee, I was left with the haunting knowledge that the real struggle lay in the stories we told ourselves. Would we be the heroes or the villains in the annals of history? The storm raged on, and I was left stranded in a world where diplomacy danced precariously on the edge of a blade, where fear and hope intertwined like lovers in a fatal embrace. I remember the shadows lengthening, the cries of the fallen echoing in the night, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the weight of stars pressing down on me, a universe that seemed indifferent to our suffering. In the chaos, I knew we would never truly understand the cost of peace until it was too late. And as I stood there, breathless and terrified, I realized that the story of the Nubian Wars would not end in victory or defeat, it would linger, a haunting melody that played on and on, weaving through the fabric of time, echoing in the dreams of those who dared to hope. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to suffocate. The sun hung low in the sky, a blooded orange sliver slicing through the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the battleground. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribcage like a caged beast, sweat slicking my palms. The scent of iron and sweat wrapped around me like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. I remember the stillness before the storm, a silence so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. "Look sharp, Kemet," shouted a voice, hoarse yet commanding, breaking through the fog of my thoughts. My brother, Anpu, his fierce eyes burning with a fire that could melt stone. He was the warrior, the protector, the one who held the weight of our ancestors on his broad shoulders. But in this moment, I could see the flicker of doubt in his gaze, a crack in his armor that only I could sense. "We fight today not just for ourselves, but for our legacy." His voice cut through me, sharp and bitter, a reminder of what we were up against. I clenched my fists, feeling the rough leather of my grip, the weight of my spear resting against my thigh. Around us, the Nubian warriors stood proud, dark skin shimmering in the fading light, remnants of a proud lineage coursing through their veins. Each one was a storm waiting to break, but I feared the tempest within them was too much, a chaotic fury that would consume us all. I could see the distant flicker of the Egyptian banners, a fierce reminder of who we faced, the soldiers who had once revered us, now turned to foes. "Mama always said the Nile remembers," I muttered under my breath, the words a whisper against the mounting chaos. I remembered the way she would sit by the riverbank, her fingers tracing patterns in the sand, weaving tales of our forefathers. "And so do we," I added, though the conviction felt hollow now. Ampu's voice shattered my musings. "Stay close, Kemet! The shadows are watching." I looked around, the shadows of the tall grasses dancing menacingly, weaving between the warriors, reminding me of ghosts, those who had come before us, their spirits lingering, yearning for justice. Each shadow was a memory, each flicker a whisper of sacrifice. I felt the weight of my ancestors behind me, their blood coursing through my veins, and it filled me with a strange exhilaration mixed with fear. As we advanced, the air grew thicker, the scent of earth and death intertwining with the rising mist. I stole a glance at Anpu, his jaw clenched, heart racing beneath the weight of expectation. "Do you ever wonder, brother, if we're just pawns in a game we didn't choose?" The question hung between us, heavy as a leaden sky. Anpu turned, shock flaring in his eyes, but it melted into something softer. "Every day, Kemet. But today, we make our own choices. Today, we write our story." And yet, the doubt clawed at me. What if our story was one of futility, a tragedy penned by the hands of fate? I could almost hear the whispers of the past, their haunting melodies lacing through the air. Each warrior was a thread in the tapestry of our history, woven together in triumph and tragedy. I spotted a figure against the backdrop of the sun, an Egyptian soldier, his stance poised and ready. Fear coursed through me. The soldiers once respected us, but now they were a wall of stone, impenetrable and cold. I could see it in their eyes, the anger, the resentment. They no longer saw us as equals, we were the invaders, the outsiders in a land that bore our mark. The thought chilled my bones, we were the ghosts haunting our own legacy. "Remember your training, Kemet," Anpu urged, his voice a grounding force amidst the chaos. "Remember who we are." But as the battle horns blared, that identity felt frayed. I grasped my spear, the wood rough against my palm, and I remembered the stories of heroes, of the mighty warriors of Nubia who had carved their names into the annals of history. Yet here we were, reduced to mere shadows of their glory. I felt that deep ache, the longing to belong, to be part of something greater, and yet, the reality was a bitter pill. The clash of weapons rang out, a jarring symphony of chaos. I fought, each thrust and parry a desperate plea to wrest control from the hands of fate. I thrust forward, adrenaline surging through my veins, the heat of anger fueling my every move. But my heart was heavy, a stone lodged in my throat. Each life extinguished blurred the lines of valor and violence, and with every heartbeat, I sensed the weight of the world crushing down. "Anpu!" I screamed, my voice swallowed by the cacophony. I turned, and there he was, locked in a struggle with an Egyptian soldier, their forms a whirlwind of desperation and fury. The world fell away, a dark tunnel of focus. I lunged forward. Time bent, stretched thin like the evening light, and in that infinitesimal moment, I saw everything, the flash of steel, the glint of anger, the knowledge that we were all human, all terrified children wielding weapons against the vast unknown. And then, silence. It enveloped everything, a heavy blanket. I staggered back, my breath hitching in my throat as I looked around. The battlefield was a hellscape of broken bodies and shattered dreams, the dire aftermath of our choices echoing in the stillness. I could feel the eyes of my ancestors upon me, their judgment a chilling weight. Are we nothing more than echoes, Kemet? I whispered into the void, the question a prayer left unanswered. Anpu staggered towards me, blood streaking his brow, his spirit ablaze. We are more, little brother. We are the legacy of those who came before. And we will not be forgotten. But what is a legacy, I thought, if it ends here, swept away by the current of history? And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the world darkening around us, I felt the ghost of our legacy fluttering like a candle in the wind, fragile, flickering, yet so defiantly alive. In that moment, I understood. The battle was not just against the Egyptians, it was against the weight of time, against the shadows of doubt that threatened to consume us. Anpu and I, we stood together, the tumult of war raging around us, our hearts beating in unison with the blood of our people. And as we stepped into the darkness, I knew this was only the beginning. The whispers of our legacy were far from over. The sun hung low in the blood-red sky, a fiery eye watching over the vast, relentless sands of Egypt. In the distance, the clamor of swords clashed like thunder, echoing off the stone walls of Thebes, where the air was thick with the scent of sweat and dust. A pulse quickened in the heart of the city, a heartbeat of fear, of anticipation. I stood there, breathless, caught in the grip of history as warriors shouted, their voices piercing the heavy silence like arrows through flesh. The men and women who had once walked these streets, now mere shadows, phantoms of a past stained with blood and ambition, were calling to me. I remember the boy, his name was Kerma. He had the spirit of a lion, eyes fiercely bright like the stars that dared to glitter in a sky so often clouded with smoke. He was a scribe, destined to etch the stories of war into the annals of history, yet his heart pulsed with dreams that far exceeded the parchment he carried. Words can outlive flesh, he would say. But can they outrun the echoes of war? His hands trembled as he gripped his reed pen, the ink a dark reminder of everything he would write and everything he would lose. Across the square, Aset stood, a sentinel draped in the shadows of the temple. She was fierce, yet fragile, like a reed bending against the wind. The weight of her family's legacy pressed against her chest, an anchor threatening to pull her under. Her brother, a soldier, had marched to the front lines with dreams of glory, promising to return with tales that would make even the gods weep with envy. But promises are made to be broken, and each day that passed felt like a dagger twisting deeper into her heart. War steals even the brightest stars, she whispered to the earth beneath her feet, as if the ground could absorb her grief and return it as strength. Then, like a storm breaking over a quiet sea, the clash of swords reverberated again, and the tumult returned. I could hear Kerma's breath hitch in his throat, see Aset's fists clench as she steadied herself against the wall, each heartbeat a countdown to the moment when silence would shatter into chaos. I will write their names, Kerma vowed, because to be forgotten is the greatest death of all. But what good were words against the flesh of his brother's lifeblood spilling on the sands? What would history say when the ink ran dry? I remember the sun sweeping across the horizon, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls like ghosts. They were there, the ones who had fallen, the heroes whose tales had yet to be told. And in that moment, as the sky blazed with the orange hue of impending night, Kerma and Aset became the vessels of history, imperfect, flawed, yet achingly human. They stood on the precipice of grief and glory, and the war painted their souls with the colors of fate. Why do they fight? Aset cried, her voice raw, clawing its way through the din. What is the value of a crown when it brings only misery? Tears glistened like jewels on her cheeks, the bitterness of loss mingling with the hot air. Kerma reached for her hand, the warmth of his touch aflame against the coldness of despair. They fight for the stories they will leave behind. For the fear that if they don't, the silence will swallow them whole. But even as he spoke, doubt crept into his heart, wrapping around it like a serpent. As the day descended into twilight, the air crackled with the tension of what was to come. I felt the impending clash of steel resonate through the earth like a heartbeat, a rhythm of destruction that echoed through the very fabric of existence. What will history remember? Kerma murmured, the weight of the world bearing down upon him. Will it speak of valor, or will it whisper of cowardice? In that moment, I saw the stars flicker overhead, each one a beacon of lost potential, of dreams unfulfilled, and I understood the paradox of their plight. Aset turned to him, eyes blazing with fierce resolve. Then we must write it, Kerma. We must capture the truth, the hope, the heartbreak, and the horror. The fervor in her voice ignited something deep within him, a flame that could not be extinguished. The ink would flow freely, a river of truth against the desolate backdrop of war. But the ground beneath them trembled, and the cries of the fallen echoed in the distance, ghosts haunting the edges of their consciousness. I will not let fear silence me, Kerma vowed, clutching his pen like a sword. Even if the ink runs red, even if it is my own. His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of impending tragedy, a promise forged in the crucible of despair. The city was alive with the urgency of impending fate, every moment a breath held in suspense. Shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of the past while the sun surrendered to the night. War was a beast, ravenous and relentless, and as Aset and Kerma stood at the threshold between memory and oblivion, they felt the weight of their generation play against the heart of time itself. And as the first scream pierced the air, neither could turn away. The world would turn, history would be written, and somewhere, nestled between the lines, would be the story of their souls, the pain, the loss, the indomitable fire that flickered against the encroaching dark. Would they be remembered? Would they make a mark in the endless scroll of time? The storm was upon them, and somewhere, amidst the chaos, the ink would flow, carrying their voices into eternity. The air hung heavy with the scent of burnt earth and sweat, the aftermath of a skirmish skimming through the tense silence like a ghost. In the half-light of dusk, shadows danced across the charred remnants of what had once been a vibrant village, now reduced to smouldering memories. It was here, amidst the ruins, that I stumbled upon the seer, the woman they called Alia, her eyes pools of foreboding wisdom, her voice a whisper wrapped in a shudder. "I see a tempest," she murmured, the words spilling from her cracked lips like a fragile prayer. "A storm that swallows the light." The tension was palpable, a taut string vibrating with unspoken fears. Every heartbeat echoed the weight of her prophecy, conflict brewed, thick and suffocating. Beside her stood Matthias, a warrior with a heart torn between duty and despair. His hands, calloused and trembling, gripped the hilt of his sword, a blade, once a symbol of valor, now felt like an anchor, dragging him deeper into the abyss of uncertainty. "What do you see, Alia?" he pressed, desperation clawing at his throat. The villagers, starving for hope in the wake of loss, turned their gaze toward her, their faces painted with anguish and yearning. She hesitated, the silence stretching out like a taut canvas of dread. "The skies bleed, and the ground will quake. Those who seek to wield power will plunge the world into chaos." With each word, a chill crept down my spine, every syllable dripping with the weight of impending doom. I remember how the sun fought to break through the clouds, its last rays a futile attempt to warm the cold hearts of men. I remember the weight of Matthias's despair, how it clung to him like a shroud, each breath a burden. "We can't let this happen. We must act." His voice cracked, a raw edge of panic. "But how does one act against fate?" Alia's gaze turned distant, it was as if she were gazing beyond the veil of time, her mind slipping between realms, unanchored. "You must choose," she replied, her tone heavy with the gravity of foreknowledge. "To fight or to flee. Each decision will carve out a new path." But there was something in her eyes, a flicker of uncertainty that sent shivers spiraling through me. I glanced sideways at Matthias, watching as the shadows creased his brow, each line etched with the weight of countless battles fought and lost. Was it the fate of a warrior to be constantly torn, to feel the tug of love yet to grapple with the inevitability of loss? Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, a deep growl reverberating through the earth, Was it a warning or merely the voice of the world echoing its pain? I felt the hairs on my neck rise, the air thickening with dread. A choice hung before us, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment, leading us into the jaws of the unknown. "Tell me what you see for me," Matthias demanded, his voice raw with urgency, a plea wrapped in the fabric of fear. "Will my family survive? Will I ever find peace?" His eyes glimmered with desperate hope, and I could see the turmoil raging beneath the surface, a tempest of emotions as fierce as the one Alia had foretold. The moment stretched, thick and heavy, and I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me, squeezing my lungs. "You cannot seek peace in bloodshed," Alia warned, her words a sharp dagger lodged deep in my heart. "You will lose a part of yourself you will never recover." A silence echoed, laden with the ghosts of those who had fought before us, their cries splintering the stillness. I longed to reach out to Matthias, to tell him that he was not alone, that we could face whatever darkness lay ahead together. But a shadow flickered between us, the unspoken truths threading themselves into the fabric of our bond. As if sensing my thoughts, Alia turned her focus to me, her eyes boring into my soul. "You too, child of the earth, will be faced with a choice." Her voice trembled, and I felt a chill race through my veins. "You will have to decide between loyalty and love." I remember the taste of iron on my tongue, the bitterness of betrayal clawing at my soul. My heart raced as I thought of those I left behind, those who relied on me. But was it enough? Could I carve a path through despair without becoming a monster in my own right? The horizon darkened, the clouds swirling ominously as if to mock our uncertainty. I could hear the distant cries of warriors caught in the throes of battle, the sharp clang of steel on steel, a cacophony of chaos woven into the fabric of our fate. Alia's voice cut through the turmoil, dragging us back into the moment. "You must face the storm, but how you face it will mold the fate of many." Her words reverberated in my chest, a primal drumbeat of truth that stirred something deep within. Before I could process her declaration, a blast of cold wind swept through the ruins, whipping around us like a haunting spectre. Matthias's grip tightened on his sword. "Whatever comes, I will not turn away. I will not let fear dictate my path." The resolve in his voice ignited a flicker of warmth in my chest, yet, beneath it simmered a fear that threatened to consume him, to consume us all. I could feel it, a pulse of destiny weaving itself into the air, a tapestry of choices and consequences looming just beyond our grasp. As the storm descended upon us, I knew that whatever lay ahead would not simply be a battle of swords but a labyrinth of hearts, where the echoes of our decisions would ripple through time, forever altering the course of our lives. The ground trembled beneath us. Was it the earth warning us, or the weight of our own fears crashing down? And in that heart-stopping moment, with shadows closing in, I realized the choices we made would not just define our fates, but echo through the ages, reverberating in the whispered tales of those who would come after us. The storm was not just a threat, it was our crucible, a test that transcended time, beckoning us to confront our deepest fears and desires, to stand against the tide of despair and forge our destinies. The air crackled with possibility, and the battle was only just beginning. The sun hung heavy over the battlefield, a molten orb spilling crimson across a patchwork of sand and sacrifice. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke rising from the charred remains of homes and hearts. I can still hear the clash of metal, the desperate cries of young men caught in the throes of fate, and the rhythmic thud of war drums reverberating in my chest. This was not mere bloodshed, it was the pulse of history, raw, unfiltered, and merciless. I stood there, trembling, caught between the fear of the inevitable and the thrill of vengeance. It was the year of the pharaoh, but the cries of the Nubians echoed loudly, haunting my every thought. Among them, I saw Kemet, his eyes fierce as burning coals. He was a warrior forged in the fires of despair, yet he wore his pride like a cloak against the chill of loss. His brother, Anubis, lay sprawled on the ground, a once vibrant soul now silenced forever by the weight of a single spear. That moment suspended in time, their bond severed by the very war they had fought to defend. How does one process such loss? I remember Kemet's hands trembling as he grasped his sword, knuckles white, rage bubbling within him like a pent-up storm. For Anubis, he roared, a primal scream that seemed to shatter the very fabric of the universe. It was a cry that echoed in my own heart, a sound laced with both fury and unspeakable grief. I wanted to scream with him, to feel that fire, to let it consume me. Instead, I stood paralyzed, a mere observer in this fevered dream of chaos, my own emotion swirling around me like a maelstrom. The Nubians were relentless, fierce as lions. I watched as they fought for their land, their dignity, their very souls. Each swing of their swords felt like a heartbeat, each fallen warrior a whispered promise unfulfilled. In the distance, the sun dipped lower, casting ominous shadows that danced around the dying warriors. I could almost feel the weight of history pressing down on us, urging us to remember. To remember the cries of mothers, the laughter of children, the dreams that were extinguished with every life taken. And then there was Tia, a healer, cradling the wounded with hands both tender and trembling. She moved among the fallen, her healing herbs and prayers offered like small tributes against the wrath of the gods. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the horror she witnessed. Yet, amidst the carnage, there was a quiet strength about her, an unwavering resolve that spoke of hope. Life will return, she whispered to a dying boy, as if her words could breathe life into the lifeless. I remember that moment vividly. It was as if she was trying to pull the very essence of the universe into a single breath, a desperate plea against the inevitable. But there was also despair. Oh, how despair clung to her, suffocating and relentless. Tia had lost her brother in an earlier clash. His memory haunted her, a ghost lurking in the corners of her mind, whispering promises of revenge that tasted bitter on her tongue. "What is healing?" she asked me once, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in the winds of fate. "Is it mending flesh, or is it forgetting the pain?" A question that pierced my heart, the answer eluding us both like a mirage in the desert heat. And amidst it all, the battlefield pulsed with life and death, shadows merging in the dusk, weaving tales of glory and sorrow. I felt the weight of those stories pressing upon my chest, constricting my breath. Memories clashed in my mind like warriors on the field, each vivid scene an echo of a life lived, a love lost. I wished to capture it all, to etch it into the fabric of time, for the world to remember long after our voices faded. As night descended, the sky transformed into a tapestry of stars, each one a flickering reminder of lives extinguished. Kemet, battered but unbroken, stood amidst the chaos, his silhouette stark against the fiery horizon. "We are more than warriors," he shouted into the void, his voice raw with pain and defiance. "We are the echoes of our ancestors, the dreams of the fallen." Those words hung in the air, vibrating with an intensity that shook the very ground beneath us. But the ghosts of the past don't let go easily. Each fallen soldier, each tear shed by a grieving mother, clung to me like shadows, whispering tales of woe and valor. I could feel their weight pressing down, a reminder of the cyclical nature of violence, how it feeds upon itself, a serpent devouring its own tail. I remember Kemet's eyes, burning with the fire of vengeance, his sword raised high against the encroaching darkness. And I remember the moment he faltered, when the weight of loss threatened to crush him. "Tell me, brother," he cried to the heavens, to Anubis lost and gone. "Is vengeance worth this price?" A question that hung heavy in the air like the scent of blood, uncertain and waiting for an answer that might never come. The battlefield echoed with his despair, resonating through the very core of my being. The intensity of that moment threatened to swallow me whole. I could feel the heartbeat of history thrumming against my chest, urging me to remember, to bear witness to the tragedy unfolding around us. The scent of sweat mingled with the metallic tang of blood, and I felt alive, acutely aware of every sensation, every sob, every scream, every fleeting moment. As darkness enveloped the battlefield, it became a canvas painted with shadows and silhouettes. The cries of the dying mingled with the songs of the stars. There, in that ghostly twilight, Kemet's fury ignited, and Tia's gentle heart broke, and I stood in the wreckage of their dreams. The Nubian Wars were not just tales of glory, they were the echoes of a society grappling with the weight of its own soul. I could feel it all, the hope, the betrayal, the haunting specters of a past that would never truly die. And so we stood, caught in the ebb and flow of a war that felt eternal, our fates entwined in a dance as old as time itself. The darkness whispered promises of a tomorrow that might never come, and yet, we clung to the flickering light of our shared humanity, even as the shadows threatened to engulf us. In those twilight moments, everything felt possible, and nothing felt certain, just like life itself. The thunderous roar of bared metal clashing under a restless sky, the scent of blood soaking the earth, and the chilling cries of the fallen, this was the symphony of terror that echoed through the Nubian desert. In the midst of it all, where chaos met the heart, stood Kalila, a warrior with a heart both fierce and fragile. She clutched her spear, her fingers trembling around the polished wood, knuckles white as bone. The air hummed with tension, pregnant with dread as shadows danced around her, flickering like ghosts of those who had fought before. "Stay with me, Kalila," whispered her elder brother, Kamal, his voice hoarse but fierce with a protective edge. He was a stone wall, but even stone can crack. His eyes held a tempest of fear, a fear for her, for the lives they'd lost, for the blood that soaked the very ground they stood upon. "We'll leave this hell together." But how can one leave the past when it haunts you at every turn? Kalila could feel the weight of history pressing down on her chest, that ancient conflict spiraling like a cyclone through her thoughts. "I remember the first time I saw a battle. Streaks of red on a canvas of grey. The way the sun hung low, casting long shadows that swallowed the screams. I remember whispering a prayer to gods who had left us long ago, and even then, I knew this was just the beginning." The Nubian Wars were not merely battles, they were a testament to the agony and glory of existence. Each clash of swords was a piece of a puzzle, and she was one tiny fragment, lost yet fighting to be found. The story said the warriors fought for freedom, but Kalila knew better. It was a lust for power wrapped in the guise of righteousness. And every swing of her spear felt like a pact with destiny, sealing her fate among the lost. "I can't lose you too," Kamal continued, eyes darting like a hawk searching for a weak link in the flock. She sensed his desperation, a man on the brink of madness. They had lost their father to this war, a brutal reminder that life was as fleeting as the grains of sand slipping through their fingers. He was a ghost now, a flickering memory that haunted their every thought. The weight of his absence felt heavier with each surge of battle. "Don't you dare think like that!" She snapped, the fire in her chest igniting. "I won't be a ghost." "Not yet." The ground trembled beneath them, resonating with the cries of the fallen, and she felt it, the raw energy of lives extinguished, dreams shattered against the merciless stone of conflict. As the sun began to sink, casting a blood-red hue over the land, a sliver of doubt crept in. Memories surfaced, her mother's laughter, the warmth of her embrace, the scent of roasted lamb wafting through their humble home. How had it come to this? The echoes of her childhood were now drowned in the cacophony of war. Could she really fight for a future that felt like a distant star, forever beyond reach? "Look out!" Kamal's voice exploded like a thunderclap, yanking Kalila from her reverie. A Nubian warrior, fierce and wild-eyed, charged toward her, wielding a blade that glinted menacingly. Time stretched, the world narrowing to the point of that blade, honed and deadly. Kalila's heart thundered, a war drum echoing in her ears. I remember the weight of life and death teetering on the edge of a blade, the moment when fear transcended into clarity. I remember the breath in my lungs, hot and heavy, as I struck. A reflex, instinctual and raw, propelled her forward. The spear met flesh, a sickening crunch echoing through the chaos. Kalila felt the shudder of impact travel through her arm, the rush of triumph mixed with the bitter taste of mortality. This was war, a cruel mistress that demanded sacrifice, and yet in the throes of violence, she felt painfully alive. But as she stood, chest heaving, the eyes of the fallen warrior bore into her soul, haunting like a nightmare yet to fade. Had she replaced his life with her own? The weight of his death clung to her, wrapping around her throat like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. This was no glorious victory, it was a hollow triumph, drenched in the blood of the innocent. The battlefield transformed, shadows stretching and twisting like the fingers of the dead reaching for the living. The whispers of the past circled her, echoing warnings from ancestors long gone. They had fought, and they had died, but for what? Kalila's thoughts spiraled. She felt the universe shift around her, a clock ticking down to some unknown reckoning. Kamal staggered beside her, his breath ragged, the fight draining from his body like water through a sieve. "You can't keep doing this, Kalila. It's not worth it." His voice cracked, breaking like a wave upon the shore. He was pleading now, a desperate plea from a brother to a sister, a guardian to a warrior. She felt the pull of his words, the tether of love and fear entwined. "You don't understand," she gasped. "I fight not just for us, but for every dream that's been crushed underfoot, for every laugh that has turned to silence." The world around them faded, leaving only the two of them, bound by blood, by hope, and by despair. The dusk deepened, shadows merging with the night, and she could see the flickering lights of distant fires, a grim reminder of what lay ahead. The ghosts of the past hovered, waiting to tell their stories, to remind her that the war wasn't just fought on the battlefield, it raged in the hearts of those who lived to tell the tale. And then she realized every spear thrust, every scream, was a stitch in a vast, terrifying tapestry that was the human experience. She lowered her gaze to the ground, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. The war might never end, but neither would the resolve to fight against it. She would not let fear turn her heart to stone. "Then let's end this," she murmured, determination flooding her veins. And as the night swallowed them, they stood side by side, two warriors against the tide, hearts entwined in the chaos of a world that demanded everything yet offered nothing in return. Their spirits surged toward the horizon, where the past met the future, and they were left to carve their path, one echoing heartbeat at a time. In that darkness, the battle raged on, but Kalila and Kamal were no longer fighting merely to survive. They were fighting to remember every lost soul, every cry, every flicker of hope that dared to rise from the ashes of despair. The Nubian Wars were not just a chapter in history, they were a living testament to resilience, an unending saga playing out beneath the star-strewn sky, where the echoes of the past and the dreams of tomorrow danced in an eternal embrace. The night air was thick with tension, as if the universe held its breath. I stood at the edge of the military base, shadows flickering like ghosts against the concrete walls, a battleground of emotions that mirrored the chaos within me. The sirens wailed like banshees, slicing through the silence, a chilling reminder of the turmoil lurking just beyond the gates. My heart raced, pounding like a war drum in my chest, echoing the fear of a nation on the brink of collapse. Mohammed stood beside me, his eyes dark pools of uncertainty, brimming with unspoken doubts. He had always been the proud soldier, the one who believed in the honor of the Egyptian military, the strength of its structure. But tonight, under the weight of impending conflict, I saw the cracks in his facade. "What if this is it?" he whispered, his voice barely breaking the grip of the night. "What if we're fighting for nothing?" I remembered his smile, bright and fierce, a beacon in the dim light of our shared history. We had grown up together, dreaming of glory and honor, while the world around us shaped us into warriors. Yet here we were, staring into the abyss, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of our dreams. In that moment, I felt the fierce pull of loyalty battling against the chill of doubt. The military, our lifeblood, our identity, was unraveling before our eyes, an intricate tapestry frayed at the edges. Across the compound, Sarah stood in the shadows, a commanding presence. Her uniform clung to her like a second skin, but I knew the weight she bore was heavier than any armor. She was a soul divided, a leader torn between duty and conscience. "We need to prepare," she called out, her voice sharp as a blade, slicing through the murmur of anxiety. "If we don't act now, we'll lose everything." But what was he everything? The glory of a badge? Or the lives that hung in the balance? I could see the conflict gnawing at her resolve, the ghosts of past decisions haunting her every word. She had sacrificed so much for this life, and yet the cost seemed unbearable. In her eyes, I saw the reflection of 1,000 battles, both external and internal, her spirit battered but unbroken. I remember when she first joined us, fierce and determined, a firebrand ready to spark change. She had believed in our cause, in our ability to protect our homeland. But the longer she fought within the rigid hierarchy of the military, the structure that once seemed so solid, the more she began to question everything. The silos of power, the chains of command, each layer suffocating her ideals. As the clock ticked toward midnight, the tension coiled tighter, each moment stretching into eternity. Outside, the echoes of boots marching in unison reverberated through the ground like a distant storm on the horizon, a reminder that we were not alone. The Egyptian military was a beast, complex, powerful, yet paradoxically fragile underneath its muscle and might. With ranks and divisions as intricate as the hieroglyphs on ancient walls, it was a fortress built on the bones of history, a structure that could protect or destroy, depending on the hands that wielded it. I could feel the fear clawing at my throat, a visceral sensation that made me want to scream. I remember the whispers in the ranks, the doubts that crawled into our minds like cockroaches in the dark. What if our loyalty was misplaced? What if the very structure we fought to uphold betrayed us? The cold realization washed over me. Loyalty could be a double-edged sword. In the flickering shadows, I caught sight of Mohammed again, his hands trembling as he checked his weapon, a ritual that felt hollow now. "What if we're just pawns?" he said, his voice cracking, a vulnerability that cut through the bravado. "What if this war is just someone else's game?" I wanted to reassure him, to tell him that we were not just pawns but protectors of a legacy, warriors of a proud nation. But the word stuck in my throat, choked by the weight of uncertainty. The military was built on a hierarchy, a rigid structure that demanded obedience, but at what cost? The thought spiraled in my mind, the echoes of our past clashing with our present. Sarah turned toward us, her gaze fierce, a flame igniting in her eyes. "We can't allow fear to dictate our choices," she declared, the steel in her voice cutting through the fog of doubt. "We must stand united. If we falter now, the consequences will be catastrophic." Her passion ignited something within me, an ember in the darkness. We were more than just soldiers, we were a collective heartbeat, a pulse that resonated within the very fabric of our society. But beneath that pulse lurked the shadows of betrayal and disillusionment. As the night deepened, the air crackled with anticipation. The military base was alive with whispers of rebellion, each voice a thread weaving a tapestry of unrest. I could sense the shift in the atmosphere, the building storm that threatened to consume us all. The cries of the people beyond the walls echoed like thunder, a haunting reminder of the struggles that laid bare the very foundation of our existence. I remember the dreams I had of serving my country, the aspirations that once burned bright within me. But now, standing on the precipice of chaos, I wondered, was our fight for freedom or merely a facade to mask the injustices within? The weight of history pressed down on us, an invisible force that made every breath feel heavy. "Tonight, we redefine what it means to serve," Sarah said, her voice a clarion call cutting through the doubts. "We are the guardians of our future. This is not just about orders, it's about standing for what is right." In that moment, I felt the tide shifting, a surge of fierce determination flooding my veins. We may have been bound by the chains of military structure, but somewhere within those confines, we could still carve our own destinies. The shadows loomed, but the fire in our souls glimmered brighter. And just like that, we stepped into the unknown, each heartbeat echoing the call of destiny, the looming confrontation that awaited us. The night was alive, electric with possibility, the ghosts of our past mingling with the hopes of our future. The Egyptian military was more than just a structure, it was a living, breathing entity, fragile yet fierce, a reflection of our shared humanity and the struggle to find purpose amidst chaos. With every inch of my being, I welcomed the unfolding drama, a story without a conclusion, a tapestry woven with threads of fear, courage, and unyielding passion. We were ready to face the storm, to rise against the tide of uncertainty, and to embrace whatever awaited us beyond the shadows. Because in this moment, in the very heart of turmoil, we were unbreakable. The air crackled with tension, a palpable force swirling among the jagged rocks and silent dunes. I remember that day, the sun hung like a molten coin, scorching the horizon, and shadows danced frantically against the ancient walls of the crumbling fortress. There was an uneasy stillness, a silence that begged to be broken. The war drums had fallen silent, leaving only the echo of footsteps, the heartbeat of soldiers thundering in my chest. Lila stood at the edge, her eyes piercing through the haze. A warrior wrapped in sorrow, she had lost everything, her family, her home, yet here she was, sword raised, preparing to fight not just for victory but for the mere hope of a tomorrow that might never come. I remember how her grip trembled, the steel cold and unforgiving against her skin. She had been forged in the fires of conflict, yet doubt flickered in her heart like a candle struggling against a storm. "Are you ready?" whispered Kofi, his voice a low rumble, thick with apprehension. A healer-turned reluctant soldier, he had the gentlest heart, but in this world, tenderness felt like a curse. I could see it gnawing at him, the dread of battle always lurking behind his kind smile. He didn't belong here, yet the war had dragged him into its maw, and he had no choice but to fight. Ready to die, maybe, Lila shot back, her words sharp enough to cut, yet I saw the fear lurking beneath her bravado. She was a tempest, a force that could shatter mountains, but in that moment, she was also a child, scared and lost. I felt my chest tighten, the weight of her despair pressing against my heart like a brick. We had all lost something. The Nubian Wars had clawed at the very fabric of life, leaving behind a tapestry stained with grief. Each clash of swords was a heartbeat lost, each cry of the wounded was a reminder of what we could never reclaim. I remember the faces of those who'd fallen, ghosts haunting our every step, their eyes accusing, their silence deafening. The first clash was a roar, a cacophony of metal against metal, the air thick with the scent of sweat and blood. I stood frozen for a heartbeat, watching as Lila surged forward, a wild animal unleashed. She was rage incarnate, each strike fueled not just by survival but by the memories that festered in her soul, memories of laughter, of warmth, of what could have been. I remember her fighting not just to win but to reclaim what was lost. Each swing of her sword was a desperate plea to the universe, a cry that echoed through time itself. Kofi was swept up in the tide, his hands trembling as he tended to the wounded, healing flesh while the world fell apart around him. I watched him, this gentle giant, face marred by grit and determination, working tirelessly. Each life he saved was a testament to the power of compassion, the kind of magic that war could never extinguish. But I saw the toll it took on him, how every life saved was a weight added to his fragile spirit. Lila, he called out, a voice breaking through the chaos. You can't keep doing this. But his words fell like rain on parched earth, heavy, unyielding, and utterly ignored. She was a force of nature, intent on tearing down the walls that had imprisoned her heart, yet I could see the cracks forming. Rage and sorrow swirled like a tempest within her, and I wondered how long it would be before it consumed her entirely. Each battle they fought was a dance of life and death, a macabre ballet where each step could be their last. The Nubian Wars had turned brother against brother, tearing apart the very threads that wove our lives together. I felt that in the marrow of my bones, the loss echoing through the valleys of my mind. I remember nights spent dreaming of our homeland, dreaming of laughter that echoed like music through the streets, but those dreams were drowned in the sorrow of war. And then it happened, the storm broke. A figure emerged from the haze, a warrior clad in armor, their intent clear. The Nubians had arrived, and all at once, the world shifted. Swords clashed, cries of the dying filled the air, and I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I saw Lila, a blur of motion, her spirit unyielding, but I also saw Kofi, desperation etched on his face as he rushed to save the fallen, fumbling through the chaos. I remember the moment I feared for them the most, watching Lila's back as she charged into the fray, a comet streaking through the darkness. I felt something fracture within me, a longing to pull her back, to shield her from the chaos. But I knew I couldn't. I could only watch as she disappeared into the storm of bodies, her actions a blend of fury and pain, each step a tribute to all that had been lost. The fight raged on, a symphony of violence composing a ballad of despair, woven through with the threads of our cultures. In the clash, there was a strange harmony, a chaotic exchange of customs, beliefs, and stories. The Nubians brought their fierce spirit, their songs of resilience, as our warriors fought back, weaving the fabric of our shared existence, even as we tore each other apart. With each strike, every wound inflicted, there was a silent understanding that something deeper was at stake, the very essence of who we were. I remember the fleeting moments of connection, a shared glance, a nod of respect amidst the chaos, the weight of history pressing down upon us all. And as the dust began to settle, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield transformed into a haunting tapestry of loss and resilience. I stood in the midst of it all, clutching the remnants of hope, feeling the shadows of the past linger just out of reach. I remember the ghosts whispering stories of those who had come before, stories that echoed in the silence of our collective grief. In the distance, the stars began to spark to life, twinkling like lost dreams reaching out across the void. The wars would change us, reshape our very cultures, leaving scars that would never fade, Yet somehow, amidst the bloodshed, I felt a flicker of something, a promise that even in the darkest of times, humanity would find a way to connect, to heal, to rise again. The conflict was far from over, the tides of war still crashing against our shores. But in that moment, under the weight of the cosmos, I knew that the cultural exchange resulting from the Nubian Wars would leave an indelible mark, a haunting reminder of both our fragility and our unbreakable spirit. The sun hung low over the horizon, casting a fiery glow that bled into the Nile, an ancient river heavy with history and whispers of lives lost. At the edge of a crumbling temple, Amunet's fingers trembled as she traced the faded hieroglyphs, the stories of her ancestors fading into oblivion. She could almost hear their cries echoing in the wind, the lament for a kingdom on the brink of ruin. The scent of damp earth and decaying stone wrapped around her like a shroud, and she felt it, that gnawing fear, a pulse of despair vibrating through her core. She was the last guardian of this legacy, a flickering candle in the suffocating dark. I remember the nights by the river, Amunet whispered to herself, her voice barely breaking the stifling silence. The laughter, the stories, the dreams. Each word was a dagger to her heart, reminding her of the joy that once filled this land, now replaced by the oppressive shadow of decline. The golden age of her people was slipping through her fingers like grains of sand, and she could do nothing but watch. Across the way, Kale stood, his back to her, a lone figure silhouetted against the dying light. He was her brother, her ally, yet a chasm of unspoken words divided them, a rift that widened with each passing moment. The air crackled with tension, their shared history and echo of laughter turned sour, dreams transmuted into nightmares. Kale bore the weight of their father's legacy and the bitterness of betrayal in his heart. He had chosen power over family, and now, as darkness encroached, he was poised to embrace a destiny that would either save or shatter them all. "I remember," he began, his voice low and gravelly, the words scraping against the stones. "I remember the stories of our ancestors, how they fought for every grain of grain, every breath of air in this hollowed land. But what do we fight for now?" His fists clenched, knuckles white as the last vestiges of hope slipped away. "What is left to protect but shadows?" Amunet's breath quickened, the weight of his words pressing like a stone upon her chest. She stepped forward, the ground crackling beneath her feet, each step echoing the chaos in her heart. "We protect our people, Kale. We protect our home." Her voice was a fragile thread in the tempest of his despair, but it held a fierce determination, a desperate hope that flickered like the last light of day. "We can't let them take this from us. Not now." The Nubian resurgence loomed on the horizon, a force gathering strength, shadows of warriors and whispers of rebellion swirling like a storm. As the Nubians approached, fueled by pride and vengeance, the ancient land trembled in anticipation. A confrontation was inevitable, a clash of legacies, a moment suspended in time. And yet, the greatest battle raged within their hearts, an internal struggle that threatened to tear them apart. "I remember the stories, Amunet," Kale replied, his voice breaking, an abyss of anguish unfurling in the depths of his soul. "But sometimes, stories must end for new ones to begin. What if I have to choose between our family and our kingdom?" The question hung in the air, heavy as the gathering storm clouds, a harbinger of the chaos to come. Amunet's heart twisted as she caught a glimpse of the man he could have been, the brother she loved fiercely, now teetering on the precipice of darkness. "You don't have to choose. We can unite our strength, fight together." Her pleas echoed into the void, but his eyes, oh, those haunted eyes, held an unbearable conflict. "What if they see me as a traitor?" he whispered, a confession that cut deeper than any blade. The shadows lengthened, and Amunet could feel the weight of the world pressing upon her. She reached for him, fingers brushing against his arm, a spark of connection amidst the impending chaos. "Then we embrace the traitor in us all. We defy them together." The words spilled forth, a desperate mantra, a prayer to the ancient gods watching from above. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a rhythm that matched her own racing heart. Night fell with an eerie stillness. The distant sounds of war drums echoed, a call to arms, a heartbeat of the land in rebellion. The Nubian warriors surged toward them, their fierce cries piercing the night, a cacophony of anger and hope. Amunet trembled, her heart racing against the backdrop of inevitable confrontation. She turned to Kale, pleading with her eyes, as if to say, "Stand with me." But his gaze remained fixed upon the approaching tide, a storm of shadows and fire. I remember our childhood," he said, his voice trembling with the weight of nostalgia, a ghost of joy buried in despair. "But what do memories matter when our world is crumbling? What if I can't save you?" The sky split, thunder rolling like the growl of a beast awakened from slumber. Fear pulsed through Amunet's veins as she realized the truth. This was about more than kingdoms and legacies. It was about survival, about choosing to fight for love, for family, for the very essence of who they were. "Then let's forge our own destiny, Kale. Let's make them remember us for our courage, not our fear." Time stretched, the cosmos holding its breath, the stars watching as if they knew that each choice, each heartbeat, could alter the course of history. The moment hung suspended, a fragile thread in the tapestry of fate. And as the Nubian tide surged closer, Amunet took a deep breath, a surge of determination igniting within her. Kale turned, his eyes igniting with a fierce light. "Together," he whispered, the word of vow sealed in the shadow of war. Amunet felt hope bloom anew, a fragile flower pushing through the cracks of despair. And as the first clash erupted, the world exploded around them, a storm of metal and fury, a symphony of life and death, love and betrayal. It was chaos, a cacophony of sound and fury that drowned out all reason. But within that maelstrom, Amunet and Kale stood side by side, hearts pounding like war drums, ready to face the darkness together. In this moment, they were not just siblings, they were warriors, bound by blood and purpose, a force of nature rising against the tide of history. And as the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, the shadows whispered their secrets, the echoes of the past intertwining with the uncertain future, a dance of fate unfolding like the wings of a phoenix. The battle had begun, but the true confrontation lay within, an unyielding tide of emotion and resolve, an eternal struggle that would shape them forever. And in that storm, they would fight to reclaim not just a kingdom, but their souls. The sun hung low in the blood-red sky, painting the sands of Nubia with a haunting brilliance, as if even the heavens were caught in a moment of mourning. The air was thick with the scent of desperation, a lingering musk of sweat and fear. I stood there, heart pounding, knee-deep in the history that surrounded me like a shroud. I could feel the pulse of lives long gone echoing in my veins, a chorus of whispers carried by the winds of time. "Run, Amina!" shouted Malik, his voice slicing through the tension like a blade. His eyes, wide and filled with an electrifying mix of fear and fury, locked onto mine. Beneath the surface, a storm brewed, a maelstrom of pride, ambition, and a yearning to reclaim a legacy that felt both distant and suffocating. I remember the way the sun glinted off the ancient granite, the same stone that had borne witness to the rise and fall of kingdoms. Nubia, a land steeped in the weight of its own history, held secrets that pulsed like a heartbeat beneath its surface. The great pyramids loomed in the distance, majestic tombs for pharaohs long since turned to dust, yet they whispered tales of glory and tragedy alike. My pulse quickened, my breath shallow. This was no ordinary day, lives were at stake, and the shadows of our ancestors danced among us. "Do you see them?" Malik hissed, glancing back over his shoulder, where figures cloaked in the midnight of their own design surged toward us like a tide of darkness. They were the mercenaries, the ghosts of ambition, driven by greed, hell-bent on claiming the riches that our forebears had built, our blood, our dreams, our legacy. I swallowed hard, my throat dry as the winds of the Sahara. "We can't let them take it, Malik. We can't." My voice trembled, but I was fueled by something deeper, a fire ignited by the resilience of those who had come before us. Nubia wasn't just a land, it was a heartbeat, a lifeline threading through the fabric of African history. Malik's hand found mine, his grip fierce and unyielding. In that moment, I felt the weight of all who had fought and bled for this soil pressing upon us, binding our fates together in a dance of defiance. We fight for more than ourselves, Amina. We fight for every soul that believed in the promise of Nubia. The words hung heavy in the air, thick as the dust that enveloped us. I could almost hear the whispers of our ancestors urging us forward, their voices a symphony of hope and sorrow. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, the ones passed down through generations, where Nubia wasn't merely a name on a map, but a cradle of civilization, a testament to the strength of humanity. I could see her face now, weathered and wise, eyes glimmering with the light of countless stars. "You are Nubia, child," she would say, voice trembling with pride. "In your veins flows the blood of kings and queens, the architects of empires. Do not forget that." And yet, here we stood, on the precipice of erasure, desperately holding on to the strands of our lineage while the world around us teetered on the edge of oblivion. I felt the urgency coursing through my veins, a fierce longing to honor the legacy that had shaped me, shaped us. Now! Malik's voice shattered the moment, snapping me back to the present. Together, we bolted, feet pounding against the earth, pounding against the history we were fighting to protect. Each step echoed like a war drum, a rally of the past rising up to meet us, fueling our determination. But the darkness pursued us, relentless. The figures behind us loomed larger, shadows stretching like tendrils ready to snare us in their grasp. I turned, half expecting to see them close enough to touch. Their eyes glinted with malice, a mirror reflecting the greed that had littered our history. Kings turned tyrants, dreams turned nightmares. "Don't look back!" Malik shouted, pulling me forward. But the past was insistent, it clung to us, wrapping its ghostly fingers around our hearts. I could feel the weight of every story, every sacrifice, every ounce of blood spilled in the name of Nubia resting heavily on our shoulders. What if we failed? What if the sands of time swallowed us whole, erasing our existence like so many before us? The fear called within me, a serpent ready to strike, yet something else flickered in the depths of my soul, a flicker of resilience, a stubborn flame that refused to be extinguished. I remembered the carvings on the temple walls, stories of triumph etched into stone. "They may try to erase us," I murmured under my breath, "but we are more than memories. We are the echoes of Nubia, alive in every heartbeat, every breath." The ground shook beneath us, reverberating with the weight of history as we sprinted toward an uncertain future. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, a clash not just of bodies but of time, of legacies, an emotional crescendo that would either sink us or propel us into the annals of history. And with each step, I felt time unravel, threads of fate intertwining, ancient echoes mingling with our present, history sparking to life in a dance of chaos and passion. The moment quivered with potential, a chasm of emotion opening wide, ready to swallow us or elevate us beyond the realm of mere survival. Together, Malik whispered fiercely, the intensity of his gaze igniting a fire within me. I nodded, a fierce determination surging through my veins as we sprinted into the unknown, hearts pounding in sync, a heartbeat of Nubia echoing through our souls. In this moment, we were the past and the present, the pain and the hope, the struggle and the resilience of a land that refused to be forgotten. As we charged toward the horizon, the shadows behind us blurred, and the weight of history roared in our ears. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the very essence of who we were. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sands, I realized that the battle for Nubia had only just begun. The night was dark, and the stars were watching, but we were ready to reclaim our story, ready to make history echo once more. The ground trembles like the heartbeat of a dying beast, dust swirling around the feet of soldiers caught in a nightmare. A scream pierces the air, raw and unfiltered, a sound that echoes through the ages, a cry not just of pain, but of despair, of loss, of a life extinguished too soon. I remember standing there, each breath heavy with the metallic scent of blood, feeling as if I were perched on the edge of history itself. Beneath a blood-red sky, I saw him, Omori, eyes wide with terror, his hands stained not just with dirt but with the ghosts of those he had once called brothers. His heart raced like a drum, echoing the chaos around him, each beat a reminder of the weight he bore, the burden of choice, the agony of survival. What does it mean to fight for your home, when home is a shadow slipping through your fingers like sand? He was torn between duty and his own soul, the kind of conflict that war ignites in the hearts of men, turning friends into foes and lovers into specters. Nearby, Keisha knelt, her hands trembling as she clutched the hilt of a dagger, the blade whispering promises of revenge, of justice. But what is justice in a world drowning in blood? I remember the way she looked up, her face a mask of defiance and fear, eyes gleaming with unshed tears. All she wanted was peace, a moment of stillness amidst the storm, yet here she was, thrust into a struggle that felt eternal, a struggle against not just the Nubian tribes but against the very essence of her humanity. Each battle she fought was a step further away from the girl she once was, a girl who dreamed of love, not war. They faced the Nubian warriors, fierce and unyielding, their cries echoing through the valleys like the howling wind, swirling promises of vengeance. In their eyes burned the fire of ages past, memories of lost glory, of a kingdom once vast, now reduced to whispers. The Nubians, led by the indomitable warrior Jari, stood like stone against the tide, their resolve unbroken. In their hearts raged a storm of pride and desperation. Jari's shout cut the air, a rallying cry that sent chills down my spine. For our ancestors! The phrase hung in the air, heavy with the weight of history, of battles fought before they were born, of bloodlines intertwined in the tapestry of existence. I remember the ground shaking beneath the clash of swords, the clang reverberating through my chest, drowning out the screams, the cries that resonated with fear, that tasted like iron on the tongue. Each moment stretched and twisted, time becoming a cruel joke. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced like specters on the battlefield, shadows that seemed to mock the futility of it all. Keisha lunged forward, her dagger glinting in the fading light, but with every thrust, she felt a piece of herself slip away, a reminder that every act of violence bore a cost. And each cut was a thread severed from the fabric of her hope. She was fighting not just for survival but against the darkness creeping into her heart, the darkness that whispered that killing might become too easy, that blood might no longer bother her. Omori screamed her name, a sound filled with anguish, love, and desperation. Keisha! The word echoed, a lifeline thrown into the choppy waters of conflict. In that intense moment, I could almost see the tapestry of their lives unraveling, a lifetime of laughter, of shared dreams, now threatened by this chaos. She hesitated, caught between the urge to fight and the desire to save what little light remained within her friend. Omori, I have to. The words burst from her lips, filled with a fierce determination that seemed to crack the very air. But I could see the doubt in her eyes, the flicker of uncertainty as the battle raged around them, a cacophony of violence and desperation. They were warriors, yes, but also children of the earth, too tender for the brutality they were trapped in. Time twisted, a sinister clock winding down, each tick a heartbeat, each tack a reminder of lives slipping away. I could feel the cosmos shifting, as if the stars themselves held their breath, watching this small piece of history unfold with bated breath. In the distance, I could hear the wail of a mother, the cry of a father, each sound a reminder that war does not just claim lives, it devours futures. Yet amidst the chaos, an eerie silence fell for a brief moment, an unnatural calm that wrapped around us like a shroud, the pause before the storm. The air crackled with tension, every warrior frozen in place, staring into the depths of their choices. It was then, in that spine-chilling moment, that I realized, these were not just battles of man versus man, they were echoes of every conflict that had ever stained the earth with blood. The Nubian Wars were not just another chapter in history, they were a reflection of the human condition, a comparison to the brutal clashes of ancient empires. The Assyrians, the Persians, the Romans, each had their own Omori, their own Keisha, their own heart-wrenching dilemmas. Was it loyalty to kin or a longing for peace? Was it the thirst for power or the desperate search for identity? Suddenly, the stillness shattered, and the world erupted again, a primal scream rising from the earth. Blood mixed with sweat, a grotesque cocktail that painted memories on the battlefield. Omori charged, a blur of motion, his heart racing with purpose, yet what purpose? To kill? To live? To save Keisha? I could see the fire in his eyes, but also the flicker of doubt, the haunting question, how many souls would he have to extinguish to claim victory? The sun dipped below the horizon, the last light a dying gasp, leaving darkness to blanket the land. And in that darkness, the echoes of the Nubian Wars whispered to me, a reminder that in every conflict, the specter of humanity looms large, threading its way through time, through pain, through heartache. I remember the weight of it all, the shadows stretching long and sinister, as I stood on the precipice of history, unable to look away. I remember the ghosts of Omori and Keisha, forever etched in the landscape of my mind, their struggles transcending the battlefield, a haunting call to remember that in every conflict, there lies the deepest question, what is worth fighting for? What, in the end, do we gain, and what do we lose? And as the night swallowed the last remnants of daylight, the cycle continued, a dance of shadows and echoes, leaving me to ponder the haunting truth of the human experience. They stood in the shadow of the ancient pyramids, the wind howling like the ghosts of warriors long gone. I felt it then, that deep, gnawing pit of history clawing at my insides. The air crackled with tension, heavy with the weight of unspeakable memories. A child's laughter came from somewhere, innocent and bright, a jarring contrast to the reality of blood-soaked sands and the cries of a nation torn apart. I clutched my chest, feeling the pulse of the past thrumming beneath my skin, a relentless reminder that the wars fought long ago still haunt the living. I remember Amina, her eyes fierce and alive, filled with the fire of defiance. She would stand on the banks of the Nile, watching its waters flow as if they carried whispers from the ancestors, stories of battles where blood stained the earth and hearts were shattered. "We are not just echoes of the past," she would say, her voice trembling with passion. "We are the descendants of those warriors. This legacy is ours to bear." But Amina bore more than just pride. She wore the weight of her family's loss, the ghost of her brother, Saif, who had vanished into the chaos of conflict, swallowed whole by the shadows of war. Every night, as she lay in bed, she would reach for the stars, each twinkle a reminder of his laughter, his warmth. And every morning, she woke to the sharp sting of reality, the sun a relentless reminder of what had been stolen from her. Then there was Amir, his hands calloused from toil, but his heart soft, aching for the dreams of peace that seemed to slip further away with each passing day. He would sit in the evenings, listening to the elders recount tales of the Nubian Wars, their voices laced with both reverence and sorrow. "We're bound to repeat their mistakes," he would murmur to himself, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "What a legacy we've inherited." I remember walking alongside him, the ground crunching beneath our feet like the shattering of fragile hopes. "Can't you feel it?" he asked one day, his voice barely a whisper. "The anger in the air? It's alive, Amina. It's hungry. I could, oh how I could. I could feel it in the way the city breathed, in the way the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch back to the Nubian past. The ghosts danced, taunting us with their unfinished business. As days turned to weeks, the air thickened with tension. Each morning brought with it news of protests, rallies that surged like tidal waves, crashing against the shores of time. Amina was in her element, her spirit ignited by the fervor of her people. But Amir, haunted by visions of war, held back. "Your fire is beautiful, Amina, but it can also consume you," he warned, his voice laced with a deep-rooted fear. "What if this is just another remnant of their bloodshed? I can't stand by and watch, Amir. This is our fight. The ghosts demand justice," she cried, her heart racing as she clenched her fists, ready to charge forward into the fray. I remember the day everything changed. The sun hung low, casting a golden hue that felt almost prophetic. It was the day of the rally, a moment meant to unite, to heal the wounds of a fractured legacy. But as I walked beside Amina and Amir, I sensed something sinister lurking just beneath the surface, the air crackling with anticipation, the crowd swelling with energy, yet tinged with an unshakable fear. Then it happened. A scream pierced the air, raw and primal, sending chills down my spine. The crowd surged, a tidal wave of bodies, hearts racing as chaos erupted. Amina's hand slipped from mine, and I could only watch as she was swept away, a fierce warrior in a sea of panic. "Amina!" I screamed, but the sound was lost in the cacophony. Amir grabbed my arm, his grip tight and reassuring. "We must go. Now!" His eyes were wide with terror, but I could see the determination pooling in the depths. "We can't let the past swallow her, too." We plunged into the mass, hearts pounding like drums of war, desperately searching for the light that was Amina in the dark. I felt my breath hitch, my chest tightening as bodies pressed in on us, sweat mingling with fear. Each step felt like a descent into madness, the shadows of the past clawing at our heels. And then, in a moment of twisted fate, there she was. Amina stood defiantly, arms raised as if challenging the heavens themselves. "This is our legacy. We will not be silenced." But the chaos swirled around her, the shadows of the Nubian Wars rising anew, threatening to engulf her, to pull her back into the void. I remember the sound, the crack of a bone, the sharp gasp of a breath held too long. Time slowed, the world dissolved into a blur of colors and sounds. The air turned thick with tears, tears that spoke of lost dreams, of promises unfulfilled, of legacy unhealed. "Let her go!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the storm. And then there was silence. Eerie, deafening silence. The kind that fills a room after a scream, where ghosts linger, waiting for the moment to reclaim their hold. Amina's eyes met mine, fierce and alive, yet tinged with the shadow of something darker. "I am not afraid," she whispered, a courage that vibrated through the air like an electric current. And in that moment, the past wrapped around us, binding us to each other, to our ancestors, to the wars that would forever echo in our souls. As the crowd surged again, I reached for Amir, and together we pressed forward, refusing to allow the weight of history to bury us. We were warriors in our own right, standing against the tide, the legacy of the Nubian Wars pulsing in our veins like a heartbeat, alive and unyielding. The night descended, cool and quiet, but the embers of conflict still burned bright, whispering promises of tomorrow. In the depths of the silence, I could still hear the distant echo of laughter, a reminder of life, of hope, of a future yet unwritten. And as the stars flickered above like ghosts of the past, I knew we were not alone. We were bound together by the very fabric of history, fierce and unbreakable, ready to confront whatever lay ahead.